as we conclude our look at ancient Chinese peasants, it's clear their lives were far from idyllic. The constant threat of natural disasters, coupled with the heavy burden of taxes and labor obligations, made survival a daily struggle. Despite their crucial role in sustaining the empire's vast population, these farmers rarely saw any improvement in their living conditions. The rigid social hierarchy of ancient China meant that peasants had little hope of advancing their status. Generation after generation toiled in the same fields, bound by tradition and necessity. While some periods saw attempts at land reform or tax relief, these were often short-lived, leaving the peasantry to bear the brunt of economic and political upheavals. In the end, the resilience of ancient Chinese peasants in the face of such hardships is a testament to human endurance. Their story serves as a stark reminder of the often overlooked foundations upon which great civilizations are built. As we leave behind the challenges of medieval farming, let's shift our focus to another aspect of daily life in the Middle Ages. Prepare to discover why being a town guard was equally unpleasant and fraught with danger. As we drift away from the muddy fields of medieval farmers, let's set sail on the treacherous waters of medieval seafaring. Picture yourself on a creaking wooden ship, the salty spray of the ocean misting your face as you peer out at the endless horizon. Sounds romantic, doesn't it? Well, prepare to have that notion thoroughly sunk. Medieval sailors faced a host of challenges that would make even the hardiest landlubber quake in their boots. From unpredictable weather and primitive navigation techniques to the constant threat of piracy and disease, life at sea was anything but a pleasure cruise. So, batten down the hatches and prepare to discover why being a medieval sailor was about as appealing as walking the plank into a sea of nightmares. Life aboard medieval ships was far from the romantic adventures often portrayed in modern media. Sailors faced a daily struggle against harsh conditions, poor nutrition, and constant danger. Let's begin with the living quarters. Medieval ships were cramped, with sailors often sleeping on deck or in tiny spaces below. There was no concept of personal space, and privacy was non-existent. Imagine trying to sleep while crammed alongside dozens of unwashed bodies, with the constant creaking of wood and the smell of tar permeating the air. Hygiene was a major issue. Fresh water was a precious commodity, so bathing was rare. Sailors would wear the same clothes for weeks or even months, leading to infestations of lice and fleas. The lack of proper sanitation meant that diseases spread rapidly in these close quarters. Food was another significant challenge. Ships carried dried and salted meats, hardtack biscuits, and whatever fruits and vegetables could be preserved. However, these supplies often spoiled quickly, leaving sailors to subsist on rancid worm-infested rations. Scurvy, caused by vitamin C deficiency, was a common and deadly threat. The work itself was backbreaking and dangerous. Sailors had to constantly maintain the ship, repairing sails, pumping out water, and scrubbing the decks. All this had to be done while battling seasickness and the constant motion of the waves. Discipline on board was harsh and often arbitrary. Captains held absolute power, and punishments for even minor infractions could be severe. Flogging was a common form of discipline, and more serious offenses could result in keel hauling, dragging a sailor under the ship's keel, often resulting in death. Perhaps the greatest danger came from the sea itself. Storms could easily overwhelm these relatively small vessels, and many sailors couldn't swim. The fear of drowning or being shipwrecked on a hostile shore was a constant companion. Despite these hardships, many men still chose the life of a sailor. For some, it was an escape from even worse conditions on land. For others, the lure of adventure and the slim chance of riches from successful voyages was enough to overcome the risks. Now, let's set sail on the treacherous waters of medieval maritime life, focusing on the diet of sailors and the dreaded scurvy. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the monotonous days at sea, where the menu was as predictable as the endless horizon. Medieval sailors' diets were far from the varied, nutritious meals we enjoy today. Their staples consisted mainly of hardtack, a type of biscuit so tough it could potentially crack your teeth. These biscuits were often infested with weevils, adding an unwanted protein boost to their meals. Salted meat was another common food item on board. The preservation process involved heavily salting the meat, making it tough and unpalatable. Sailors would often have to soak it in seawater before consumption, just to make it somewhat edible. Fresh fruits and vegetables were a rare luxury on long voyages. Without proper refrigeration, these items would spoil quickly, leaving sailors with little to no source of vital nutrients, especially vitamin C. This lack of vitamin C led to a widespread and devastating problem: scurvy. This disease, characterized by weakness, fatigue, and bleeding gums, was a silent killer on the high seas. Sailors would watch helplessly as their gums bled, teeth fell out, and old wounds reopened. The symptoms of scurvy were as horrifying as they were debilitating. In severe cases, sailors would experience shortness of breath, fever, and convulsions. Their skin would become rough and scaly, and they'd bruise easily. The most gruesome symptom was perhaps the reopening of old, healed wounds, a truly nightmarish experience. It wasn't until the late 18th century that the British Royal Navy began to understand the connection between citrus fruits and the prevention of scurvy. Before this revelation, countless sailors suffered and perished from this entirely preventable disease. So, as you drift off to sleep, be thankful for your varied diet and easy access to fresh fruits and vegetables. Medieval sailors would have given their right arm for a simple orange, if scurvy hadn't already weakened their limbs beyond use, that is. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the high seas. Medieval sailors faced a unique set of challenges, not least of which was the strict and often brutal discipline aboard their vessels. Life at sea was harsh, and captains believed that only through rigid discipline could they maintain order and ensure the survival of their crew. One of the most common forms of punishment was flogging. Sailors who disobeyed orders, were caught stealing, or simply displeased their superiors, could find themselves tied to the mast and whipped with a cat o' nine tails. This brutal instrument consisted of 9 knotted cords attached to a handle, designed to inflict maximum pain and leave lasting scars. The number of lashes varied depending on the offense, but it wasn't uncommon for sailors to receive dozens of strikes for even minor infractions. Another form of punishment was keel hauling, a particularly gruesome practice. The unfortunate sailor would be tied to a rope and dragged underneath the ship from one side to the other. Not only was this excruciatingly painful, as the barnacles on the ship's hull would tear into the sailor's flesh, but there was also a significant risk of drowning. For more severe offenses, such as mutiny or desertion, the punishment was often death. Hanging from the yardarm was a common method of execution at sea. The condemned sailor would be hoisted up by a rope around their neck, left to slowly suffocate in full view of the crew as a grim warning to others. Even when not being actively punished, sailors lived under constant threat. Captains and officers held near absolute power over their crews, and challenging their authority could result in severe consequences. This created an atmosphere of fear and tension that permeated every aspect of life aboard medieval ships. So, the next time you find yourself daydreaming about the romantic life of a medieval sailor, remember the harsh realities of discipline at sea. It's enough to make even the most restless landlubber appreciate the comfort and safety of solid ground. While medieval farmers toiled on land, sailors faced their own set of challenges on the high seas. Naval warfare in the Middle Ages was a dangerous and often brutal affair, with ships serving as both transportation and mobile fortresses. Medieval naval battles were primarily fought using boarding tactics. Ships would maneuver close to each other, and soldiers would attempt to board the enemy vessel using grappling hooks and planks. This close-quarters combat was chaotic and bloody, with sailors fighting on unstable decks amidst the rolling waves. The most common type of warship in medieval Europe was the galley. These long, sleek vessels were powered by both sails and oars, allowing for greater maneuverability in battle. Galleys were often equipped with a ram at the bow, used to puncture the hull of enemy ships. Another naval tactic employed during this period was the use of Greek fire, a mysterious incendiary weapon that could burn even on water. This devastating substance was projected through tubes onto enemy ships, causing panic and destruction. Life aboard medieval ships was far from comfortable. Sailors endured cramped quarters, poor sanitation, and limited food supplies. Scurvy, caused by vitamin C deficiency, was a constant threat on long voyages. The damp conditions also led to the rapid spread of diseases among the crew. Navigation was a significant challenge for medieval sailors. Without modern instruments, they relied on rudimentary tools like the astrolabe and compass, as well as their knowledge of coastlines and star patterns. Storms and unexpected weather could easily throw ships off course, leading to potentially disastrous consequences. Pirates were another ever-present danger for medieval sailors. These maritime marauders preyed on merchant vessels, stealing cargo and sometimes enslaving crew members. Coastal regions often lived in fear of pirate raids, which could devastate local communities. Despite these hardships, medieval sailors played a crucial role in the expansion of trade and exploration during the Middle Ages. Their voyages helped to connect distant lands and cultures, laying the groundwork for future global interactions. As we conclude our journey through the perilous lives of medieval sailors, it's clear that their existence was far from glamorous. The constant threat of storms, pirates, and disease made every voyage a gamble with fate. Yet, these brave souls persevered, driven by necessity, adventure, or simply the lack of better options. Their sacrifices and hardships paved the way for future maritime advancements, ultimately shaping the world we know today. From the crowded, unsanitary conditions below deck to the backbreaking labor required to keep their vessels afloat, medieval sailors endured it all. As you drift off to sleep, imagine the gentle rocking of a ship at sea, but be thankful that you're nestled safely in your comfortable bed, free from the worries of scurvy, shipwrecks, or being press-ganged into service. The life of a medieval sailor was indeed a hard one, reminding us of how far we've come in terms of seafaring safety and comfort. As we leave behind the challenges of medieval farming, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare yourself for a riveting exploration of the thrilling world of ancient tax collection methods. Yes, you heard that right. Brace yourself for the most sleep-inducing fiscal facts imaginable. As we drift further through the annals of history, let's settle into the world of colonial American settlers. Picture yourself in the 17th century, crossing the vast Atlantic Ocean in a cramped wooden ship, seasick and uncertain. You've left behind everything you know in Europe, hopping for a fresh start in the New World. But what awaits you on those distant shores? A life of hard work, constant challenges, and unfamiliar dangers. From the moment you step onto American soil, you'll face the daunting task of carving out a life in a wilderness that seems both boundless and unforgiving. In the coming segments, we'll explore the daily struggles, the backbreaking labor, and the constant uncertainties that defined the lives of these early settlers. So, let's journey back to a time when America was just a wild dream on the edge of the known world. As we drift further into our historical slumber, let's turn our attention to the early colonial American settlers and their first brutal winter. Picture, if you will, a group of ill-prepared English colonists arriving on the shores of what would become Massachusetts in 1620. These pilgrims, as they're often called, had no idea what awaited them in this new, harsh land. They arrived in November, possibly the worst time to start a new life in New England. The bitter cold and unforgiving landscape greeted them like an unwelcome host. Their first task, building shelter. But this wasn't as simple as putting up a prefab house from IKEA. No, these settlers had to construct crude wooden structures while battling freezing temperatures and howling winds. Many remained on the ship, the Mayflower, during this time, cramped and cold, with disease spreading rapidly among them. Food was scarce. The settlers had brought some provisions, but these quickly dwindled. Hunting and foraging in an unfamiliar environment proved challenging, especially with snow covering the ground. They occasionally found buried corn left by Native Americans, which they took, an act that would later contribute to tensions between the two groups. Disease ran rampant through the colony. Scurvy, pneumonia, and tuberculosis claimed many lives. The settlers lacked proper medical knowledge and supplies to combat these ailments effectively. By the end of that first winter, nearly half of the original 102 colonists had perished. The survivors faced constant fear of starvation, fear of the unknown wilderness around them, and fear of potential conflicts with the native inhabitants. Sleep, when it came, was likely fitful and uncomfortable, huddled together for warmth in their hastily constructed shelters. As spring finally arrived, bringing some relief from the harsh conditions, the remaining colonists emerged, forever changed by their harrowing experience. This first winter would set the tone for the challenges that lay ahead in the colonization of America. A reminder of the high cost of establishing a new life in an unfamiliar world. As we drift further into our slumber-inducing journey through history, let's settle into the humble abodes of colonial American settlers. These early homes were far from the cozy, well-insulated dwellings were accustomed to today. Initially, many settlers lived in crude, temporary shelters called dugouts. These were essentially holes dug into hillsides, with roofs made of branches and mud. Imagine trying to sleep while rainwater slowly seeps through your earthen ceiling. Not exactly the stuff of sweet dreams. As settlers established themselves, they graduated to log cabins. While a step up from dugouts, these structures were still rudimentary at best. The gaps between logs were filled with mud, moss, and animal dung. A fragrant combination that surely lulled one to sleep on those long colonial nights. Windows, if they existed at all, were often just openings covered with oiled paper or animal skins. Glass was a luxury few could afford. Picture trying to discern if it's day or night through a greasy sheet of parchment. It's enough to make you appreciate your blackout curtains. Floors were typically packed earth or rough-hewn wooden planks. Splinters were a constant companion, and sweeping was an exercise in futility. The concept of spring cleaning took on a whole new meaning when your floor was essentially dirt. Heating these drafty domiciles was a constant challenge. Most cabins had a single fireplace, which served as the heart of the home for cooking, warmth, and light. However, its effectiveness at actually warming the entire space was questionable at best. As families grew, so did their homes, often in a haphazard fashion. Additional rooms were tacked on as needed, resulting in asymmetrical structures that would make any modern architect cringe. But hey, who needs aesthetic appeal when you're just trying to survive the harsh new world? So the next time you're nestled in your temperature-controlled bedroom, drifting off to sleep on your memory foam mattress, spare a drowsy thought for those colonial settlers. Their rustic accommodations serve as a quaint reminder of how far we've come in the pursuit of a good night's rest. As we drift further into our historical slumber, let's plow through the fields of early colonial American agriculture. The settlers who arrived in the New World faced challenges that would make even the hardiest farmer today wince. Imagine, if you will, arriving on the shores of a vast, unfamiliar continent. The soil beneath your feet is nothing like the well-tilled earth of your European homeland. It's wild, untamed, and stubbornly resistant to your farming techniques. But you have no choice. You must make it yield crops or face starvation. These early settlers had to clear dense forests with nothing but axes and sheer determination. Trees that had stood for centuries fell to make way for modest plots of land. The work was backbreaking, and progress was agonizingly slow. A good day's labor might only clear a small patch, barely enough to plant a few rows of corn. Speaking of corn, or maize as it was known, this New World crop became a lifeline for many settlers. The native peoples taught them how to cultivate this strange grain, along with squash and beans, the famous Three Sisters of indigenous agriculture. Without this knowledge, many more colonists would have perished in those early years. But even with these new crops, farming remained a precarious endeavor. The settlers had to contend with unpredictable weather patterns they didn't understand. Droughts could wither their carefully tended plants, while sudden frosts might kill an entire season's work overnight. And let's not forget the constant threat of pests and diseases that could decimate their harvests. Tools were rudimentary by today's standards. Wooden plows struggled to break through the tough, root-filled soil. Seeds were sown by hand, a laborious process that required careful attention to spacing and depth. Watering was done manually, carrying heavy buckets from nearby streams or wells. Every aspect of farming demanded intense physical labor from dawn to dusk. As we yawn our way through this agricultural history, remember that for these early settlers, each day was a battle against nature, uncertainty, and the very real specter of hunger. Their perseverance in the face of these challenges laid the groundwork for the agricultural abundance we often take for granted today. As we drift further into our historical slumber, let's turn our attention to the complex and often troubled relationships between colonial American settlers and Native Americans. This chapter of history is far from the romanticized tales often portrayed in elementary school plays. When European settlers first arrived on the shores of what would become the United States, they encountered diverse indigenous populations with rich cultures and established societies. However, the cultural clash that ensued was marked by misunderstanding, conflict, and tragedy. Initially, some Native American tribes welcomed the newcomers, offering assistance and engaging in trade. The Wampanoag, for instance, famously helped the Pilgrims survive their first harsh winter in Plymouth. But this period of relative cooperation was short-lived. As more settlers arrived and pushed inland, conflicts over land became increasingly common. The European concept of land ownership was foreign to many Native American cultures, who viewed land as a shared resource. This fundamental difference in worldview led to numerous disputes and broken treaties. Disease played a devastating role in this history. European settlers unknowingly brought pathogens to which native populations had no immunity. Smallpox, measles, and influenza swept through indigenous communities, decimating populations and weakening their ability to resist encroachment on their lands. The cultural exchange wasn't entirely one-sided, though. Native Americans introduced settlers to crops like corn, beans, and squash, which became staples of colonial diets. They also shared knowledge of local plants and wildlife that proved crucial for survival in the New World. However, as colonial populations grew and expanded westward, tensions escalated. Forced relocation became a common practice, with Native Americans pushed off their ancestral lands onto increasingly smaller reservations. The infamous Trail of Tears in the 1830s, where thousands of Cherokee people died during a forced march, stands as a stark example of this cruel policy. By the time the United States gained independence, the relationship between settlers and Native Americans had deteriorated significantly. The new nation's policies often favored expansion over indigenous rights, leading to further conflict and displacement. As we conclude our look at colonial American settlers, it's clear that their lives were far from the romanticized versions we often see in movies or read in simplified history books. These early colonists faced a constant struggle against harsh environmental conditions, unfamiliar diseases, and the ever-present threat of conflict with Native American tribes. Their perseverance in the face of these challenges laid the groundwork for what would eventually become the United States, but at a tremendous cost. Many settlers didn't survive their first year in the New World, succumbing to malnutrition, illness, or violence. Those who did survive often lived shorter lives than their European counterparts, worn down by the constant physical labor and stress of frontier life. In the end, the story of colonial American settlers is one of both triumph and tragedy, a complex narrative that reminds us of the high price paid for the foundations of modern America. As you drift off to sleep, consider how different your life is from those early pioneers, and be grateful for the comforts we often take for granted. As we leave behind the bustling streets of medieval towns, let's turn our attention to another aspect of life in the Middle Ages. Our next topic will explore the often overlooked but crucial role of medieval farmers, whose back-breaking labor sustained entire kingdoms. As we drift away from the medieval fields, let's paint a new picture in our minds. The Renaissance, a period of rebirth and creativity, dawns upon Europe. But before we delve into the lives of the great artists, let's set the scene. Imagine narrow, winding streets filled with the sounds of bustling markets and church bells. Workshops buzz with activity as apprentices mix pigments and prepare canvases. In these cramped quarters, some of history's most celebrated artists will soon emerge. Names like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael might spring to mind. But what was life really like for these Renaissance artists? Was it all glamour and masterpieces, or did they face their own set of challenges? Let's explore the not-so-picture-perfect reality of being a Renaissance artist. As we drift through the corridors of history, let's pause to consider the life of aspiring artists during the Renaissance. While we often romanticize this period of artistic brilliance, the reality for most young artists was far from glamorous. Apprenticeship was the primary path for those hopping to become master artists. These apprenticeships typically began when a child was as young as 7 to 14 years old. Imagine sending your preteen off to live and work in a stranger's workshop for the next decade or so. The daily life of an apprentice was grueling and often monotonous. They would wake before dawn, prepare the workshop, and spend their days grinding pigments, preparing canvases, and cleaning brushes. The romantic notion of immediately diving into painting masterpieces was far from reality. These young apprentices lived with their masters, often in cramped quarters above the workshop. Privacy was a luxury they couldn't afford, and their days were dictated by the whims and needs of their master. Personal time, that was a concept as foreign as electric lighting. The training was rigorous and methodical. Apprentices would start by learning to draw simple shapes and lines, gradually progressing to more complex forms. It could be years before they were allowed to apply paint to canvas, and even longer before they could contribute to their master's commissions. Discipline was harsh, and mistakes were not tolerated. A misplaced brush stroke or a wasted bit of expensive pigment could result in severe punishment. The relationship between master and apprentice was often more akin to that of a stern parent and an obedient child than a nurturing mentor and eager student. Despite these hardships, becoming an apprentice to a renowned master was highly sought after. Families would pay substantial sums or offer years of unpaid labor from their child in exchange for the opportunity. The promise of eventual artistic glory and financial success was a powerful lure, even if the reality often fell short of the dream. While we often romanticize the Renaissance as a period of great artistic achievement, the reality for many artists was far less glamorous. In fact, their pursuit of beauty often came at a steep price to their health. Let's start with the vibrant pigments that gave life to their canvases. Many of these colors were derived from highly toxic materials. Take, for example, the brilliant vermilion red. This pigment was made from powdered cinnabar, a mineral form of mercury sulfide. Artists would grind this substance into a fine powder, unknowingly exposing themselves to mercury vapors with every brush stroke. Then there was the alluring emerald green, a color that captivated artists and patrons alike. This pigment contained copper arsenite, a compound as deadly as it was beautiful. Prolonged exposure could lead to arsenic poisoning, causing symptoms ranging from skin lesions to organ failure. White lead, or flake white, was another common yet hazardous pigment. Artists prized it for its opacity and ability to create luminous flesh tones. However, lead poisoning was a constant risk, leading to ailments such as abdominal pain, fatigue, and even cognitive decline. It wasn't just the paints that posed a threat. Sculptors working with marble often inhaled fine dust particles, leading to silicosis, a debilitating lung disease. Bronze workers faced the risk of metal fume fever from exposure to zinc oxide fumes during the casting process. Even the act of cleaning brushes could be perilous. Many artists used turpentine, a solvent known for its strong fumes. Prolonged exposure could cause dizziness, nausea, and in severe cases, damage to the nervous system. Despite these risks, Renaissance artists persevered in their craft, often unaware of the long-term consequences. Their dedication to their art came at a significant cost to their health, a stark reminder of the hidden dangers lurking behind the masterpieces we admire today. As we drift through the corridors of history, let's pause to examine the curious relationship between Renaissance artists and their wealthy patrons. This system, known as patronage, was the lifeblood of artistic creation during this period. Imagine, if you will, being a talented artist in 15th century Florence. Your paintbrush is poised, your mind brimming with ideas. But there's one small problem. You need to eat. Enter the patron, typically a wealthy nobleman, merchant, or high-ranking church official. These patrons would essentially adopt an artist, providing them with food, lodging, and materials in exchange for their artistic services. It was a symbiotic relationship, albeit one with a clear power imbalance. The artist gained financial stability, while the patron received beautiful works of art to display their wealth and taste. Take, for instance, the Medici family of Florence. They were prolific patrons, supporting artists like Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci. Without their patronage, we might never have seen the birth of masterpieces like Botticelli's Primavera or Michelangelo's Ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. However, this system wasn't without its drawbacks. Artists often found themselves at the mercy of their patrons' whims and tastes. A painter might be forced to abandon a passion project to create yet another portrait of their patron's not-so-attractive spouse. Or an architect might have to redesign a building multiple times to satisfy a patron's ever-changing vision. Moreover, patrons often demanded that artists include specific symbols, family crests, or even portraits of themselves in the artwork. This is why you might spot a random, wealthy-looking fellow in the corner of a religious painting, looking somewhat out of place. The patronage system began to decline in the later Renaissance as a market for art developed, allowing artists more freedom to choose their subjects and buyers. But for a time, it was the driving force behind some of the most iconic works of art in human history. While we often romanticize the lives of Renaissance artists, their daily routines were far from glamorous. Let's explore the mundane and sometimes challenging aspects of being an artist during this period. First, we need to understand that most artists weren't wealthy celebrities. They were craftsmen who often struggled to make ends meet. Many lived in small, cramped workshops that doubled as their living quarters. These spaces were often dark, poorly ventilated, and cluttered with materials and unfinished works. The day typically began at dawn, as artists took advantage of natural light. They would start by preparing their materials, a time-consuming process. Pigments had to be ground and mixed with various binders to create paints. Canvases needed stretching and priming. Sculptors had to sharpen their tools and prepare their stone or wood. Much of an artist's time was spent on commissions from wealthy patrons or the church. These projects often came with strict guidelines and deadlines, leaving little room for creative freedom. Artists had to balance their artistic vision with the demands of their clients, a delicate and often frustrating task. Financial instability was a constant concern. Payment for commissions could be irregular, and artists often had to take on additional work to survive. Some taught apprentices, while others did commercial work like sign painting or decorating furniture. Health hazards were another significant issue. Many of the materials used by artists were toxic. Lead-based paints, mercury in gilding, and stone dust from sculpting all posed serious risks. Prolonged exposure could lead to a variety of ailments, from respiratory problems to mental deterioration. Despite these challenges, Renaissance artists persevered, driven by their passion for creation and the hope of achieving recognition. Their daily lives may have been far from glamorous, but their dedication to their craft has left us with timeless masterpieces that continue to inspire and awe us to this day. As we conclude our exploration of Renaissance artists, it's clear that their lives were far from the romanticized notions we often hold. While their works continue to inspire and amaze us centuries later, the reality of their existence was often marked by struggle, competition, and financial uncertainty. These artists faced numerous challenges, from securing patrons to navigating complex political landscapes. Many lived in poverty, despite their immense talents, while others found themselves embroiled in bitter rivalries that sometimes turned violent. Yet it was precisely these hardships that often fueled their creativity and drive. The Renaissance period, with all its difficulties, produced some of the most enduring and influential works of art in human history. As we drift off to sleep, let's remember that behind every masterpiece lies a story of human perseverance and passion, often tinged with hardship and sacrifice. As we leave behind the challenges of medieval farming, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare to be lulled by the riveting tale of ancient tax collection methods, a topic sure to induce peaceful slumber. As we drift further back in time, let's explore another profession that might just lull you into a peaceful slumber. Picture this: ancient Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, where the first known writing system emerged. Enter the Mesopotamian scribe, a role that was simultaneously crucial and mind-numbingly tedious. These early masters of the written word weren't crafting epic tales or poetry. No, their days were filled with the riveting task of recording grain shipments, livestock inventories, and tax records. Imagine spending hours upon hours etching tiny wedge-shaped marks into soft clay tablets, only to have them baked in the scorching sun. The excitement never ended for these dedicated professionals, as they meticulously documented the mundane details of ancient bureaucracy. If you thought becoming a medieval farmer was tough, imagine the grueling path to becoming a Mesopotamian scribe. These ancient wordsmiths didn't have it easy, and their training was anything but a walk in the park. Let's start with the basics. Aspiring scribes typically began their education around the age of 5 or 6. But don't picture a cute little classroom with alphabet posters. No, these kids were thrust into a world of rigid discipline and endless repetition. The first hurdle: mastering cuneiform, the wedge-shaped writing system used in ancient Mesopotamia. This wasn't your simple ABCs. Cuneiform consisted of hundreds of complex symbols, each representing a syllable or concept. Imagine trying to memorize and reproduce hundreds of intricate patterns as a child. It's enough to make your head spin. But wait, there's more. Scribes didn't just learn one language. Oh no, that would be too easy. They had to become proficient in multiple languages, including Sumerian and Akkadian. It's like learning Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit all at once, but with the added challenge of carving each character into clay tablets. Speaking of clay tablets, that was their primary writing surface. Students spent countless hours practicing their cuneiform signs on these tablets, carefully etching each symbol with a reed stylus. Make a mistake, too bad. There was no eraser for clay. You'd have to start all over again. The training was relentless and could last up to a decade or more. Students were expected to memorize vast amounts of information, including legal codes, religious texts, and mathematical formulas. They had to become walking encyclopedias of their time. And let's not forget the physical toll. Hours of hunching over clay tablets, squinting at tiny symbols, and repeating the same motions over and over. It's no wonder that many scribes developed back problems and eye strain. Who needs good posture anyway? Now, let's delve into the daily work of Mesopotamian scribes, a profession that might sound exciting, but was, in reality, quite monotonous. These ancient record keepers spent their days hunched over clay tablets, meticulously etching cuneiform characters with reed styluses. The typical day for a Mesopotamian scribe began at dawn. They would wake up, probably already feeling the strain in their back from yesterday's work, and make their way to the temple or palace where they were employed. The first task of the day, preparing their writing materials. This involved carefully mixing clay with water to achieve just the right consistency for tablet making. Too wet, and the tablet would be unusable; too dry, and it would crumble. Once the clay was ready, they would shape it into flat, rectangular tablets of various sizes, depending on the day's tasks. With their tablets prepared, scribes would then begin the tedious process of recording. Well, just about everything, from mundane inventory lists of grain and livestock to royal decrees and religious texts. Nothing was too boring for these dedicated professionals to document. Imagine spending hours each day carefully pressing a wedge-shaped stylus into soft clay, forming hundreds of intricate symbols. The work was precise and repetitive, requiring intense concentration. One slip of the hand could mean starting the entire tablet over from scratch. As if the physical strain wasn't enough, scribes also had to deal with the mental fatigue of constantly translating spoken words into written form. They needed to memorize hundreds of cuneiform signs and their various meanings, as well as complex grammatical rules. By the end of the day, a scribe's eyes would be strained from squinting at tiny clay impressions, their backs aching from hours of hunching over tablets, and their minds numb from the sheer monotony of their work. Yet, they would return the next day to do it all over again, preserving the tedious details of Mesopotamian life for future generations too. Well, mostly ignore. Now, let's delve into the fascinating world of Mesopotamian scribes and their social status. You might think being a scribe in ancient times was a glamorous job, but the reality was far from it. These poor souls spent their days hunched over clay tablets, etching cuneiform characters with reed styluses until their fingers ached. In Mesopotamian society, scribes occupied a unique position. They were certainly more educated than the average farmer or laborer, but that didn't necessarily translate to a life of luxury. Imagine spending years learning hundreds of complex symbols, only to end up as a glorified accountant for the local temple. The training to become a scribe was rigorous and often began in childhood. Young apprentices would spend hours copying texts, memorizing signs, and practicing their handwriting. It was a tedious process that could take up to a decade to master. And let's not forget the constant threat of a rap on the knuckles from their stern instructors for any mistakes. Once qualified, scribes found themselves in a peculiar social stratum. They weren't part of the elite ruling class, but they weren't common laborers either. They existed in a sort of middle ground, respected for their skills, but often at the mercy of their patrons. Many scribes worked for temples or palaces, recording inventories, writing letters, and keeping financial records. While their literacy set them apart, scribes weren't immune to the hardships of ancient life. They still had to deal with the same diseases, famines, and wars as everyone else. Plus, they had the added stress of ensuring every clay tablet was perfectly written. One mistake could lead to serious consequences, especially when recording important transactions or royal decrees. Despite their challenges, scribes did enjoy some perks. They were often exempt from manual labor and military service, which was certainly a relief in those turbulent times. Some scribes even managed to climb the social ladder, becoming advisors to rulers or high-ranking temple officials. But for most, life remained a monotonous cycle of clay, reeds, and endless cuneiform characters. Now, let's delve into the fascinating world of Mesopotamian scribes and their writing materials. You might think that being a scribe in ancient times was a cushy job, but trust me, it was far from it. First off, these scribes didn't have the luxury of paper or even parchment. No, they had to work with clay tablets. Imagine lugging around heavy slabs of mud all day. Not exactly the most portable writing surface, is it? To create these tablets, scribes would take raw clay and carefully shape it into a flat, rectangular surface. They had to ensure it was the right consistency, not too wet, not too dry. Too wet, and your words would turn into a mushy mess. Too dry, and you'd be etching instead of writing. Once they had their clay tablet ready, scribes would use a stylus to imprint the cuneiform characters. Now, this stylus wasn't some fancy pen or quill. It was typically made from a reed that had been cut and shaped to have a wedge-shaped tip. Hence the term cuneiform, which literally means wedge-shaped. Using this reed stylus, scribes would carefully press the symbols into the soft clay. It required a steady hand and a lot of patience. One slip, and you could ruin hours of work. And let's not forget, there was no delete button or undo option. If you made a mistake, you either had to start over or try to smooth it out and write over it. After all that painstaking work, the clay tablets then had to be dried. This was usually done in the sun, which could take hours or even days depending on the weather. And if it rained unexpectedly, well, there goes your day's work, quite literally washed away. For more permanent records, the tablets would be fired in kilns. This made them more durable, but also more fragile. Drop a fired clay tablet, and it could shatter into pieces. Imagine losing an important legal document or financial record because you tripped while carrying it. So next time you're frustrated with your computer or smartphone, just remember, at least you're not etching your words into clay with a pointy stick. Despite their prestigious position, Mesopotamian scribes faced their own set of challenges. The demanding nature of their work often led to eye strain and back problems from long hours of hunching over clay tablets. their fingers would become calloused from constantly pressing into the clay. Moreover, the responsibility of accurately recording important information was immense. A single mistake could have serious consequences, potentially altering legal records or royal decrees. This pressure to maintain perfection was a constant source of stress for scribes. Nevertheless, the role of scribes was crucial in shaping Mesopotamian civilization. Their meticulous record-keeping allowed for the development of complex legal systems, advanced mathematics, and detailed historical accounts that have survived to this day. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate these ancient professionals who, despite their challenges, laid the foundation for the written word as we know it today. Their legacy continues to influence our modern world in ways we might not even realize. As we leave behind the bustling markets of medieval towns, let's turn our attention to a different aspect of daily life. Our next topic explores the often overlooked but crucial role of medieval craftsmen, whose skills and dedication shaped the very fabric of society. As if being a medieval farmer wasn't miserable enough, imagine the added horror of living through the plague. The Black Death, as it was ominously called, swept through Europe in the mid-14th century, leaving devastation in its wake. This pandemic was caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, spread by fleas living on rats. But of course, people back then had no idea about germs or proper sanitation. Medieval plague victims faced a terrifying and painful ordeal. Symptoms included high fever, chills, muscle aches, and the infamous swollen, blackened lymph nodes called buboes. These painful lumps would appear in the groin, armpit, or neck. Many victims also developed pneumonia and coughed up blood. With no understanding of the disease's cause and no effective treatments, medieval people were left helpless against this invisible killer. As if being a medieval farmer wasn't miserable enough, imagine the horror of contracting the plague. Let's delve into the gruesome symptoms that afflicted these unfortunate souls. First and foremost, victims experienced sudden onset of fever, chills, and severe body aches. It was as if their entire body was rebelling against them, leaving them weak and bedridden within hours. One of the most notorious symptoms was the appearance of buboes. These painful, swollen lymph nodes could grow as large as an egg, typically appearing in the groin, armpits, or neck. The sight of these grotesque lumps struck fear into the hearts of medieval communities. As the disease progressed, victims often developed large, dark spots on their skin. These spots, known as acral gangrene, were caused by internal bleeding and gave the illness its nickname, the Black Death. Plague sufferers also endured excruciating headaches and mental confusion. Many reported vivid, terrifying hallucinations. adding a psychological torment to their physical agony. Another horrifying symptom was hemoptysis, coughing up blood. This not only signaled the severity of the illness, but also contributed to its rapid spread, as the disease became airborne through these bloody coughs. Victims often experienced extreme thirst, yet paradoxically, many developed a fear of water. This symptom, known as hydrophobia, made it nearly impossible for caregivers to keep patients hydrated. In the final stages, some plague victims developed pneumonia, struggling to breathe as their lungs filled with fluid. The sound of their labored breathing was often described as a death rattle, a chilling harbinger of their impending doom. Perhaps most disturbing was the speed at which these symptoms progressed. From the onset of fever to death, the entire process could take as little as 3 days, leaving little time for treatment or goodbyes. As you can imagine, witnessing a loved one succumb to such a rapid and horrifying illness must have been traumatizing for medieval families. The plague not only decimated populations, but also left deep psychological scars on those who survived. As if being a medieval plague victim wasn't bad enough, the treatments they endured were often just as horrific as the disease itself. Let's explore some of the most interesting medical practices of the time. First up, we have bloodletting. Doctors believed that by draining bad blood from the body, they could restore balance to the humors and cure the plague. This involved cutting open veins or using leeches to suck out blood. Imagine being already weak from the plague, and then having your precious blood drained away. Not exactly a recipe for recovery. Another popular treatment was the use of herbal remedies. While some herbs might have had mild medicinal properties, others were downright dangerous. One concoction involved grinding up dried toads and applying the powder to the buboes, because nothing says healing like toad dust on your swollen lymph nodes. For those who preferred a more spiritual approach, there were always flagellants. These were groups of people who would parade through towns, whipping themselves to atone for humanity's sins. They believed this act of penance would appease God and end the plague. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Some doctors recommended aromatherapy, but not the relaxing kind we think of today. They advised patients to inhale the fumes from latrines, believing the stench would drive out the disease. Yes, you heard that right. The cure for plague was apparently sniffing sewage. Let's not forget about the cure-all of the medieval world, theriac. This was a complex mixture of up to 64 ingredients, including herbs, spices, and, wait for it, pulverized mummies. Because clearly, what every sick person needs is a dose of ancient Egyptian remains. In a particularly bizarre twist, some physicians recommended rubbing a live chicken against the buboes, then burying the chicken. The idea was that the chicken would absorb the disease. One can only imagine the confused clucking of chickens across Europe. With treatments like these, it's no wonder the plague was so devastating. Between the disease itself and these cures, medieval plague victims truly had a miserable time of it. And on that cheerful note, let's move on to our next topic. As if being a medieval farmer wasn't challenging enough, the arrival of the Black Death in the 14th century brought about unprecedented social upheaval. The plague didn't just claim lives, it reshaped entire communities and social structures. Imagine living in a world where nearly half of your neighbors suddenly vanished. That's precisely what happened in many European villages during the height of the plague. The massive death toll left gaping holes in the social fabric, disrupting everything from family units to local economies. One of the most significant impacts was on the labor market. With so many workers perishing, the surviving peasants found themselves in an unusual position of power. For perhaps the first time in medieval history, laborers could demand higher wages and better working conditions. This shift challenged the traditional feudal system, as lords struggled to maintain their authority over a dwindling workforce. The plague also had a profound effect on religious beliefs and practices. Many people questioned their faith, wondering why God would allow such devastation. This led to a rise in both extreme religious fervor and skepticism. Some turned to intense prayer and self-flagellation, while others began to question the church's authority altogether. Interestingly, the plague inadvertently improved the status of women in some areas. With so many men lost to the disease, women often took on roles and responsibilities previously denied to them. They became property owners, entered trades, and even managed businesses, opportunities that were rare before the pandemic. The Black Death also accelerated social mobility. As entire noble families were wiped out, their lands and titles often passed to distant relatives or even commoners. This reshuffling of the social order created opportunities for some, while completely destroying the livelihoods of others. Perhaps most disturbingly, the plague fueled xenophobia and scapegoating. Minority groups, particularly Jews, were often blamed for spreading the disease. This led to horrific persecutions and pogroms, further fracturing an already devastated society. As if life wasn't already challenging enough for medieval farmers, the arrival of the Black Death in the mid-14th century brought unimaginable horror and suffering. When faced with this incomprehensible plague, many people turned to religion for answers and solace. The church, being the dominant institution of the time, played a significant role in how people perceived and responded to the plague. Many religious leaders interpreted the pestilence as divine punishment for humanity's sins. This belief led to an increase in religious fervor, and some rather extreme practices. One such practice was that of flagellation. Groups of people, known as flagellants, would travel from town to town, publicly whipping themselves to atone for their sins and those of others. They believed that by inflicting pain upon themselves, they could appease God's wrath and stop the plague. Churches were often packed with people praying for deliverance, despite the risk of contagion in crowded spaces. Ironically, these gatherings likely contributed to the spread of the disease. Priests, tasked with administering last rites to the dying, were particularly vulnerable and died in large numbers. Some religious figures blamed minority groups, particularly Jews, for the plague. This led to horrific persecutions and massacres across Europe. In many places, Jewish communities were attacked, their members tortured or killed, based on unfounded accusations of poisoning wells or conspiring against Christians. Not all religious responses were negative, however. Many monasteries and convents opened their doors to the sick, providing what care they could. Some clergy remained with their congregations, offering comfort and spiritual guidance, even at great personal risk. The plague also inspired artistic expressions of faith. The dance of death, or dance macabre, became a popular artistic motif, depicting death as the great equalizer, claiming people from all walks of life. These artworks served as reminders of mortality and the importance of living a virtuous life. As the plague continued to ravage Europe, some began to question the Church's ability to protect them. This eventually contributed to a decline in the Church's authority and planted seeds for future religious reforms. As we conclude our somber journey through the plight of medieval plague victims, we're left with a stark reminder of humanity's resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. The Black Death reshaped Europe's social and economic landscape, leaving an indelible mark on history. In the aftermath, survivors found themselves in a world forever changed. Labor shortages led to increased wages for peasants, while the Church's inability to prevent the plague weakened its authority. This catastrophe inadvertently paved the way for societal shifts that would eventually lead to the Renaissance and the Age of Enlightenment. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how far medical science has come since those dark days. While we face our own modern challenges, the story of medieval plague victims serves as a poignant reminder of the progress we've made and the importance of continued vigilance in public health. As we leave behind the struggles of medieval farmers, let's shift our focus to another equally tedious aspect of history. Prepare yourself for a journey into the monotonous world of ancient bureaucracy, where endless paperwork and mind-numbing regulations reigned supreme. As we drift through the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the enigmatic warriors of feudal Japan, the samurai. These legendary figures, clad in intricate armor and wielding razor-sharp katanas, have captured the imagination of people for centuries. But beyond the romanticized tales and Hollywood portrayals, the life of a samurai was far more complex and, dare I say, occasionally mundane. Emerging in the 12th century, samurai were initially provincial warriors, serving local lords known as daimyo. Their role evolved over time, becoming not just skilled fighters, but also administrators, philosophers, and artists. The word samurai itself means to serve, highlighting their dedication to their lords and the strict code of honor they followed, known as Bushido. As we drift further into our historical slumber, let's turn our attention to the rigorous training of Japanese samurai. These warriors weren't born with a sword in hand. Their skills were honed through years of grueling practice and discipline. From a young age, typically around 7 or 8, aspiring samurai began their training. They would start with basic physical conditioning, learning to strengthen their bodies through exercises and martial arts. This included mastering the art of falling safely, a skill crucial for both combat and everyday life in armor. As they grew older, young samurai would progress to weapons training. The iconic katana wasn't the only tool in their arsenal. They learned to wield bows, spears, and even early firearms. Each weapon required its own set of techniques and countless hours of repetitive practice. But it wasn't all about physical prowess. Samurai were expected to be cultured individuals. Their education included literature, philosophy, and the arts. Many samurai were accomplished poets, painters, or calligraphers. This balance of martial skill and artistic refinement was known as Bunbu Ryodo, or the way of the pen and sword. One particularly tedious aspect of samurai training was the emphasis on proper etiquette and ceremony. Hours upon hours were spent perfecting the correct way to bow, sit, and even walk. These seemingly mundane skills were considered vital for maintaining one's honor and demonstrating respect in a highly stratified society. Perhaps the most mentally taxing part of samurai training was the study of strategy and tactics. Young warriors would pore over ancient texts, analyzing historical battles and learning the principles of war. They would engage in endless discussions and debates about hypothetical combat scenarios, all while trying not to nod off from sheer exhaustion. As we yawn our way through this topic, imagine the fatigue these young samurai must have felt. Day after day of physical exertion, mental challenges, and strict discipline. It's enough to make one appreciate the comfort of our modern beds and the luxury of choosing our own paths in life. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the land of the rising sun and explore the Japanese samurai's code of Bushido. This ethical code, deeply ingrained in Japanese feudal society, governed the lives of these noble warriors for centuries. Bushido, which translates to the way of the warrior, was not a formal written code, but rather a set of unwritten principles passed down through generations. It emphasized virtues such as loyalty, honor, duty, and self-discipline. These ideals shaped the samurai's entire existence, from their daily routines to their approach to life and death. One of the core tenets of Bushido was unwavering loyalty to one's lord or daimyo. This loyalty often superseded all other obligations, including family ties. Samurai were expected to serve their masters faithfully, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. This extreme devotion sometimes led to tragic outcomes, such as ritual suicide or seppuku, when a samurai's lord was defeated or disgraced. Honor played a crucial role in the samurai's life. They were expected to maintain their personal and family honor at all costs. This often resulted in duels or revenge killings to settle perceived slights or insults. The concept of face saving was paramount, and a samurai would go to great lengths to avoid shame or dishonor. The code also emphasized self-discipline and constant self-improvement. Samurai were encouraged to cultivate their minds through education, poetry, and meditation, alongside their martial skills. This holistic approach to personal development set them apart from other warrior classes of their time. Interestingly, despite their fearsome reputation as warriors, the code of Bushido also valued compassion and benevolence. Samurai were expected to treat their subordinates and conquered enemies with respect and kindness, embodying the ideal of the warrior scholar. As we ponder these ancient principles, we might find ourselves drifting off to sleep, imagining a world where honor and duty held such sway over the lives of these legendary warriors. Now, let's delve into the daily life of Japanese samurai, which might not have been as glamorous as you'd think. Contrary to popular belief, samurai weren't constantly engaged in epic battles or dramatic duels. In reality, most samurai spent their days performing mundane administrative tasks. They served as bureaucrats, tax collectors, and local governors for their feudal lords, known as daimyo. Imagine the legendary warriors of Japan, meticulously filling out paperwork and calculating rice harvests. During peacetime, which was more common than you might expect, samurai had to find ways to occupy their time. Many pursued artistic endeavors like calligraphy, poetry, and tea ceremonies. Picture a fierce warrior carefully arranging flowers or composing haiku about the changing seasons. Samurai were expected to adhere to a strict code of conduct called Bushido, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and self-discipline. This meant they had to constantly watch their behavior, even in their personal lives. One wrong move could bring shame to their entire family. The daily routine of a samurai often involved rigorous training to maintain their martial skills. They would practice swordsmanship, archery, and horseback riding for hours, even if they rarely used these skills in actual combat. It was like going to the gym every day, but with the added pressure of potentially losing your head if you slacked off. Samurai families lived in constant fear of falling out of favor with their lords. A simple mistake or perceived insult could result in the loss of their status and livelihood. This meant that even at home, they had to be on their best behavior, always mindful of their actions and words. So, while we often romanticize the life of a samurai, their day-to-day existence was filled with bureaucratic duties, strict social expectations, and the constant pressure to maintain their skills and status. It was a life of discipline and duty, with far fewer sword fights than Hollywood would have us believe. As we delve deeper into the world of Japanese samurai, let's explore their role in warfare, which was far less glamorous than popular media might have you believe. The life of a samurai warrior was often marked by long periods of tedious preparation, punctuated by brief, intense moments of combat. Contrary to romantic notions, samurai didn't spend all their time in epic sword duels. Much of their existence revolved around maintaining their equipment, which was a constant and tiresome task. Armor needed to be polished, repaired, and oiled regularly to prevent rust. Weapons required sharpening and care. This monotonous upkeep could consume hours each day. When not tending to their gear, samurai engaged in endless drills and training exercises. These repetitive routines were crucial for honing their skills, but were far from exciting. Imagine performing the same sword kata hundreds of times in the sweltering heat or freezing cold. It was grueling, monotonous work that often led to fatigue and boredom. During actual warfare, samurai faced long marches in uncomfortable armor. These journeys could last for days or even weeks, with soldiers enduring harsh weather, poor food, and the constant threat of ambush. Sleep was often scarce, and hygiene was practically non-existent during these campaigns. Battle itself, while intense, was often brief and chaotic. The romanticized image of samurai engaging in honorable, one-on-one combat was rare. Instead, warfare typically involved large-scale clashes, where individual skill mattered less than group tactics and numerical superiority. Many samurai never even got close enough to use their famous katanas, instead relying on bows or spears in formation fighting. After battles, samurai were tasked with the grim duty of collecting heads from fallen enemies as proof of their victories. This gruesome practice was not only psychologically taxing, but also logistically challenging, as heads had to be properly preserved for presentation to their lords. Despite their romanticized image in popular culture, the life of a samurai was far from glamorous. While they held a prestigious position in Japanese society, their daily existence was fraught with challenges and strict regulations. The rigid social hierarchy and complex code of honor known as Bushido governed every aspect of a samurai's life. This often led to immense pressure and the constant fear of bringing shame to their lord or clan. Moreover, the peace of the Edo period ironically brought hardship to many samurai. With fewer battles to fight, many found themselves struggling financially, forced to take on menial jobs, or even become ronin, masterless samurai. In the end, the samurai class was abolished in 1876 during the Meiji Restoration, marking the end of an era. While their legacy lives on in Japanese culture and global imagination, the reality of samurai life was often one of duty, sacrifice, and hardship rather than glory and adventure. Now, let's shift our focus from the hardships of medieval farming to another aspect of life in the Middle Ages. As we continue our journey through history's most sleep-inducing facts, prepare yourself for a riveting exploration of medieval trade routes and commerce. As we move from the fields to the factories, let's explore another grim aspect of history that might just lull you into a peaceful slumber. Picture the Industrial Revolution, a time of great progress and even greater exploitation. Among the many unfortunate souls caught in this whirlwind of change were the chimney sweeps, particularly the young boys forced into this hazardous profession. Imagine being as young as 4 years old, thrust into the dark, narrow confines of a chimney, choking on soot and ash. These tiny climbing boys were prized for their small size, allowing them to navigate the tight, winding passages of industrial chimneys. Their job: to clear away the thick layers of soot that accumulated from the constant burning of coal. It was a dangerous, dirty, and often deadly occupation that exemplified the darker side of progress. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to a particularly grim chapter: the plight of child chimney sweeps during the Industrial Revolution. This era, while marked by technological advancements, also bore witness to some of the most heartbreaking examples of child exploitation. In the smoky cities of 18th and 19th century Britain, chimneys were everywhere. Factories, homes, and businesses all relied on coal fires, which meant a constant need for chimney cleaning. Enter the climbing boys, or chimney sweeps apprentices, often as young as 4 years old. These children were typically orphans or from desperately poor families. Their small size made them perfect for squeezing into narrow chimney flues, some as tight as 9 inches square. Imagine a child, covered in soot, crawling up a dark, suffocating passage, using their elbows and knees to propel themselves upward. The work was incredibly dangerous. many children suffocated or became stuck in the chimneys. Some developed a painful form of cancer specific to chimney sweeps due to prolonged exposure to soot and coal tar. Others suffered from stunted growth and deformed limbs from the constant climbing and contortions required by their work. The life of a chimney sweep was not just physically demanding, but emotionally traumatizing as well. These children were often treated as disposable commodities by their masters. They were poorly fed, rarely washed, and forced to sleep in cellars or outhouses, huddled together for warmth. Despite growing public concern, it took decades for meaningful reform to take place. The Chimney Sweepers Act of 1788 set a minimum age of 8 for apprentices, but this was largely ignored. It wasn't until 1840 that an act was passed prohibiting anyone under 21 from climbing chimneys, though even this took years to be fully enforced. The story of these young chimney sweeps serves as a stark reminder of the human cost of progress during the Industrial Revolution. It's a chapter in history that underscores the importance of child labor laws and workers' rights, achievements that came at a tragically high price for many young lives. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to a particularly grim chapter: the plight of chimney sweeps during the Industrial Revolution. While this era brought about significant technological advancements, it also cast a dark shadow over the lives of many workers, especially the young and vulnerable. In the smoky cities of 18th and 19th century Britain, chimneys were everywhere. Factories, homes, and businesses all relied on coal fires, which meant a constant need for chimney cleaning. Enter the chimney sweeps, often young boys as small as 4 years old, forced into this dangerous profession. These children, known as climbing boys, were sent up narrow, winding chimneys, sometimes no wider than 9 inches across. Their small size was seen as an advantage, allowing them to navigate the tight spaces. But this advantage came at a terrible cost to their health and well-being. The health hazards faced by these young sweeps were numerous and severe. First and foremost was the constant exposure to soot and ash. Breathing in these particles day after day led to serious respiratory issues, including a condition known as soot warts, a form of scrotal cancer that was painfully common among chimney sweeps. But that wasn't all. The physical toll of climbing chimneys was immense. Many sweeps developed deformed legs and spines from the awkward positions they had to maintain while working. Burns were a constant danger, as they often had to clean chimneys that were still hot from recent fires. Perhaps most disturbingly, these children were rarely bathed or given clean clothes. The soot would accumulate on their skin and in their lungs, leading to chronic health issues that would plague them for life, if they even survived to adulthood. It wasn't until 1840 Chimney Sweepers and Chimneys Regulation Act was passed, prohibiting anyone under 21 from climbing chimneys. However, enforcement was lax, and the practice continued for decades afterward. As we reflect on this dark chapter of history, let it serve as a somber reminder of the human cost of progress and the importance of protecting the most vulnerable members of society. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we come across a particularly grim chapter during the Industrial Revolution: the plight of chimney sweeps. Their living conditions were nothing short of abysmal, painting a stark picture of the era's darker side. Chimney sweeps, often young boys as young as 4 years old, were forced to climb up narrow, soot-filled chimneys. Their small size made them ideal for this dangerous work, but it came at a terrible cost. These children lived in constant fear and discomfort, their bodies covered in soot and their lungs filled with harmful particles. Their living quarters, if you could call them that, were usually damp, dark basements or attics in their master's house. These spaces were rarely cleaned and infested with vermin. The young sweeps would sleep on piles of soot or dirty straw, huddled together for warmth in the cold months. Nutrition was another major concern. The children were often underfed, given only scraps or stale bread to sustain them through their grueling work. This poor diet, combined with the harsh working conditions, led to stunted growth and a host of health problems. Hygiene was practically non-existent. The nature of their work meant they were constantly covered in soot, and baths were a rare luxury. This lack of cleanliness led to skin infections and parasites, adding to their misery. The psychological toll was immense. These children were often separated from their families at a young age, sold into what was essentially slavery. They faced constant abuse from their masters and lived in fear of being sent up particularly dangerous chimneys. Perhaps most horrifying was the occupational hazard known as chimney sweeps carcinoma. This painful and disfiguring form of cancer was caused by prolonged exposure to soot and affected many sweeps in their teenage years or early adulthood. It wasn't until the mid-19th century that laws were passed to protect these vulnerable workers, but enforcement was lax, and the practice continued well into the late 1800s. The living conditions of chimney sweeps serve as a somber reminder of the human cost of industrialization and the importance of labor laws and child protection. As the Industrial Revolution churned on, the plight of chimney sweeps, particularly child sweeps, became increasingly dire. The narrow, winding chimneys of Victorian England demanded small bodies to navigate their sooty passages, leading to the exploitation of young children in this dangerous trade. These young sweeps, often as young as 4 years old, were forced to climb naked into hot, narrow chimneys, scraping and sweeping as they went. The work was not only claustrophobic and terrifying, but also incredibly hazardous. Many children suffered severe burns, respiratory problems, and even death from falls or suffocation. The harsh reality of their lives began to catch the attention of social reformers in the early 19th century. One such reformer was Jonas Hanway, who campaigned tirelessly for the regulation of chimney sweeping and the protection of child workers. His efforts led to the Chimney Sweepers Act of 1788, which, while well-intentioned, proved largely ineffective in practice. As public awareness grew, so did the movement for reform. Authors like Charles Kingsley, with his novel The Water Bobbies, helped to shed light on the cruel conditions faced by these young sweeps. The story of Tom, a young chimney sweep who drowns and is transformed into a water baby, captured the public imagination and spurred further calls for change. In 1834, the London Society for the Protection of Climbing Boys was established, advocating for the use of mechanical cleaning methods and the abolition of child labor in the trade. Their efforts, combined with growing public outrage, finally led to more substantial legislation. The Chimney Sweepers and Chimneys Regulation Act of 1840 made it illegal for anyone under the age of 21 to climb or clean a chimney. However, enforcement remained a challenge, and many master sweeps continued to employ children illegally. It wasn't until the Chimney Sweepers Regulation Act of 1864 that more stringent measures were put in place. This act required sweeps to be licensed and made it a criminal offense to send a child up a chimney. The plight of child chimney sweeps during the Industrial Revolution serves as a stark reminder of the human cost of progress. Despite the eventual passing of laws to protect these young workers, the practice persisted well into the 19th century. The lingering health effects and societal impact of this cruel occupation continued long after reforms were enacted. It's worth noting that while conditions for chimney sweeps have dramatically improved in modern times, the legacy of their suffering has left an indelible mark on history. Today, we remember these children not just as victims of an exploitative system, but as symbols of resilience in the face of unimaginable hardship. As we reflect on this dark chapter of the Industrial Revolution, we're reminded of the importance of labor laws and child protection measures. The story of the chimney sweeps serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remain vigilant against the exploitation of vulnerable populations in our ongoing pursuit of technological and economic advancement. As we leave behind the toils of medieval farmers, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare yourself for a journey into the thrilling world of ancient bureaucracy. where we'll explore the riveting topic of Sumerian record-keeping practices. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to another group who had it pretty rough: the slaves of ancient Greece. Now, you might be thinking, wait, weren't the Greeks all about democracy and philosophy? Well, yes, but they were also big fans of slavery. It's a bit like expecting a gourmet meal and getting a stale sandwich instead. Slavery was an integral part of Greek society, from the grand city-states of Athens and Sparta to the smallest villages. These unfortunate souls came from various sources: prisoners of war, victims of piracy, and even Greeks who fell into debt. It's safe to say that being a slave in ancient Greece was about as enjoyable as trying to eat soup with a fork, frustrating and ultimately unsatisfying. Moving on from the toils of medieval farmers, let's drift back even further in time to explore the lives of ancient Greek slaves. While slavery is universally condemned today, it was an integral part of Greek society. The types of slavery in ancient Greece were diverse and complex, each with its own set of challenges and occasional opportunities. One common type was chattel slavery, where individuals were considered property and could be bought and sold. These slaves often worked in households, mines, or on farms. Their lives were typically harsh, with long hours of labor and little personal freedom. Another form was debt slavery, where free individuals who couldn't repay their debts would become slaves to their creditors. This arrangement was usually temporary, lasting until the debt was paid off. However, the burden of interest often made it difficult for debt slaves to regain their freedom. Interestingly, there were also public slaves owned by the state. These individuals might work as clerks, police officers, or even mint coins. While still unfree, they often enjoyed better conditions than privately owned slaves. In Sparta, there was a unique form of slavery called helatry. The helots were a subjugated population, primarily working as agricultural laborers. They were owned collectively by the state and assigned to work on Spartan-owned lands. Some slaves in ancient Greece were prisoners of war. Their fate varied depending on their captors and circumstances. Some might be ransomed back to their home cities, while others faced a life of hard labor or domestic servitude. It's worth noting that manumission, or the freeing of slaves, was not uncommon in ancient Greece. Slaves could sometimes earn or be gifted their freedom, though this didn't guarantee an easy life afterward. As we drift off to sleep, ponder the complex nature of ancient Greek slavery. It was a system that, while abhorrent by modern standards, shaped the very foundations of one of history's most influential civilizations. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the often overlooked lives of ancient Greek slaves, particularly those tasked with household duties. These individuals, though essential to the functioning of Greek homes, lived lives of quiet servitude, their stories largely lost to time. In wealthy Greek households, slaves were responsible for a wide array of tasks. From the moment the sun rose, they were expected to be alert and ready to serve their masters. One of their primary duties was to maintain the cleanliness of the home. This meant sweeping floors, dusting furniture, and ensuring that the living spaces were presentable for both the family and any potential guests. Cooking was another crucial responsibility. Slave cooks would rise early to begin preparing meals for the day. They would grind grain for bread, tend to the fire in the kitchen, and prepare various dishes according to their master's preferences. The quality of their cooking could greatly influence their treatment within the household. Water collection was a daily chore that fell to household slaves. They would make multiple trips to public fountains or wells, carrying heavy clay amphoras filled with water for drinking, cooking, and cleaning. This task was particularly arduous during hot summer months when water was in high demand. Child rearing often became the responsibility of female slaves. They would act as wet nurses for infants and caretakers for older children, sometimes forming close bonds with their charges. However, these relationships were always overshadowed by their status as property. Male slaves might be tasked with accompanying their masters in public, carrying items, running errands, or even acting as bodyguards. They were expected to be constantly attentive to their master's needs, whether at home or in the bustling streets of ancient Greek cities. As night fell, the work of household slaves did not cease. They would be responsible for lighting and maintaining oil lamps, preparing beds, and remaining on call should their masters require anything during the night. Their day would end only when the household finally fell silent, allowing them a few hours of rest before the cycle began anew with the rising sun. While we often think of ancient Greece as the birthplace of democracy and philosophy, it's important to remember that slavery was a significant part of their society. Perhaps some of the most unfortunate souls in this system were the slaves who worked in the silver mines, particularly those of Laurion near Athens. These mines were crucial to Athens' economy and military power, providing the silver that funded their mighty navy. However, the human cost was immense. Slaves in these mines endured some of the harshest conditions imaginable. They were forced to work in narrow, poorly ventilated tunnels, often no more than 3 feet high. The air in these tunnels was thick with dust and noxious fumes, leading to severe respiratory problems. Many slaves suffered from pneumoconiosis, a lung disease caused by inhaling mineral dust. The dim light from oil lamps barely illuminated their work, and the constant darkness led to eye problems and even blindness for some unfortunate workers the physical toll on these slaves was extreme. They had to crouch or lie on their sides for hours, chipping away at the hard rock with primitive tools. The relentless labor caused severe back problems, joint issues, and muscle deformities. Injuries were common, and medical care was virtually non-existent. What's more, these slaves were considered expendable. They were often worked to death, with new slaves constantly brought in to replace those who succumbed to the harsh conditions. The average life expectancy for a mine slave was dismally short, often just a few years after beginning their work. The mines operated around the clock, with slaves working in shifts. There was no respite from the grueling labor, no days off, and certainly no concept of workers' rights or safety regulations. The only escape for many was death, either from the brutal working conditions or from cave-ins, which were not uncommon in these poorly supported tunnels. As we delve deeper into the annals of ancient history, let's turn our attention to the legal status of slaves in ancient Greece. While the concept of slavery is abhorrent to modern sensibilities, it was an integral part of Greek society, with complex laws and customs governing the institution. In Athens, one of the most prominent city-states of ancient Greece, slaves were considered property and had no legal personhood. They couldn't own possessions, enter into contracts, or participate in the political process. However, unlike in some other ancient societies, Greek slaves did have some limited protections under the law. For instance, it was illegal for a master to kill their slave without just cause. If a slave was murdered by someone other than their owner, the perpetrator could be prosecuted, although the case would be brought by the slave's master rather than on behalf of the slave themselves. Interestingly, slaves in Athens had the right to purchase their freedom if they could accumulate enough money. Some slaves were even allowed to work independently and keep a portion of their earnings, giving them a path to eventual manumission. In Sparta, another major Greek city-state, the situation was somewhat different. The Helots, a class of state-owned slaves, had a unique legal status. While they were still considered property, they were tied to the land they worked rather than owned by individual citizens. This system allowed for a degree of stability in their lives, but also meant they had little hope of ever gaining freedom. Greek law also recognized the concept of sacred slaves, or hierodule. These individuals were dedicated to a particular deity and worked in temples. While still technically slaves, they often enjoyed higher status and more privileges than ordinary slaves. It's important to note that the legal status of slaves could vary significantly between different Greek city-states and over time. What remained constant, however, was the fundamental lack of personal autonomy and legal rights that defined the condition of slavery throughout the ancient Greek world. As we conclude our look at ancient Greek slaves, it's clear that their lives were far from enviable. From the mines to the fields, from households to government offices, slaves were an integral part of Greek society. Yet they lived lives of hardship and uncertainty. While some slaves, particularly those in urban areas, might have had opportunities for education or even freedom, the vast majority faced a bleak existence. The constant threat of punishment, the lack of personal autonomy, and the grueling nature of their work made every day a struggle. It's important to remember that these were real people, with hopes, dreams, and families, forced into a system that stripped them of their humanity. As we drift off to sleep, let's be grateful for the freedoms we enjoy today and reflect on how far society has come since those ancient times. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating, yet soporific topic from history. Until then, let the gentle waves of time lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we leave behind the struggles of medieval farmers, let's drift towards another, equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare to be lulled by the tedious details of ancient pottery manufacturing techniques. As we delve deeper into the less than glamorous professions of the Middle Ages, we come across a job that truly stank, quite literally. Let's turn our attention to the medieval tanners, those hardy souls who transformed raw animal hides into usable leather. Imagine, if you will, spending your days knee-deep in a foul-smelling mixture of animal urine, feces, and caustic chemicals. That was the daily reality for tanners in medieval Europe. Their work was essential for producing leather goods, from shoes to saddles, but the process was anything but pleasant. Tanners were often relegated to the outskirts of towns due to the overwhelming stench of their trade. The pungent odors that clung to their clothes and skin made them social outcasts, shunned by their fellow townspeople. Yet, their work was indispensable to medieval life. Now, let's delve into the malodorous world of medieval tanners. If you thought being a farmer was bad, wait until you hear about these folks. Tanners were responsible for turning animal hides into leather, a process so foul it would make even the hardiest stomach churn. The tanning process began with soaking the hides in urine. Yes, you heard that right. Urine. The ammonia in urine helped to soften the hides and remove hair. Tanners would often collect urine from the local population, sometimes even paying for it. Imagine that job posting. Wanted. Your pee. Will pay. After the urine bath, the hides were placed in vats of water mixed with animal brains. This mixture helped to further soften the leather. The tanners would then spend hours manually working the hides, kneading them like dough to ensure the brain mixture penetrated every fiber. But wait, it gets worse. The next step involved dunking the hides in a solution of water and dog feces, This delightful concoction helped to remove any remaining hair and further soften the leather. The stench was so overwhelming that tanneries were often located on the outskirts of towns, far from where respectable folk lived. Once the hides were sufficiently softened and dehaired, they were soaked in a mixture of tree bark and water. This tanning solution contained tannins that would preserve the leather and give it its characteristic brown color. This process could take months, during which the hides needed to be regularly stirred and checked. The final step involved stretching the leather and treating it with various oils to make it supple. By this point, the tanners had spent months knee-deep in urine, feces, and rotting animal matter. Their clothes and skin would be permanently stained, and the smell would cling to them like a second skin. So next time you admire a fine leather jacket or shoes, spare a thought for the medieval tanners who pioneered these techniques. Their job was truly a test of endurance, not just of the body, but of the nose as well. It's no wonder that tanners were often social outcasts, living on the fringes of society, quite literally steeped in their work. Moving on from the fields to the tanneries, let's explore why being a medieval tanner was a particularly unpleasant occupation. Tanning, the process of turning animal hides into leather, was essential for producing a wide range of goods, from shoes to armor. However, the methods used were far from pleasant or safe. First and foremost, the smell. Tanneries were notorious for their overwhelming stench. The process involved soaking animal hides in urine and feces to soften them. Yes, you heard that right. Human and animal waste was collected and used in large vats where the hides were left to soak for days or even weeks. But the odor was just the beginning of the health hazards. Tanners often worked barefoot, standing in these noxious pools for hours on end. This constant exposure to waste and decaying animal matter led to frequent infections and diseases. Open wounds on their feet and legs were common, providing easy entry points for harmful bacteria. The use of lime in the tanning process added another layer of danger. Lime was used to remove hair from the hides, but it's highly caustic. Prolonged exposure could cause severe skin irritation, burns, and even blindness if it came into contact with the eyes. Protective equipment. That was a luxury medieval tanners couldn't even dream of. To make matters worse, many tanneries used a substance called dog dung in their processes. This wasn't just a colorful name. It was literally excrement collected from dogs around town. Handling this material obviously posed significant health risks, contributing to the spread of parasites and diseases. The tools of the trade were equally hazardous. Sharp knives used for scraping hides often led to cuts and injuries. In an era before tetanus shots or antibiotics, even a small wound could become life-threatening. Lastly, the chemicals used in tanning. such as tannin extracted from tree bark, could cause respiratory problems when inhaled over long periods. Many tanners developed chronic lung issues, shortening their already precarious lifespans. Moving on from the hardships of medieval farmers, let's explore another profession that was equally challenging, but far more stigmatized: the medieval tanner. Tanners were essential craftsmen who turned animal hides into leather, a vital material for everything from shoes to armor. However, their work came with a hefty social cost. The tanning process was notoriously smelly and unpleasant. It involved soaking animal skins in urine and feces to soften them, then treating them with caustic lime solutions. The stench was so overwhelming that tanneries were often required to operate outside city walls, isolating the tanners from the rest of society. This physical isolation quickly led to social ostracism. Tanners were often viewed as unclean and were barred from certain social gatherings and religious ceremonies. In some areas, they were even forbidden from marrying outside their profession, further cementing their status as social outcasts. The tools of their trade didn't help their reputation either. Tanners would collect urine from public urinals and animal dung from the streets. They'd store these malodorous substances in large vats, earning them nicknames like piss pots or dung dealers. Not exactly the kind of monikers that win you friends at the local tavern. Despite their crucial role in medieval society, tanners faced constant discrimination. They were often suspected of spreading diseases due to their work with decomposing animal matter. Some towns even had laws preventing tanners from drawing water from public wells, fearing contamination. The irony, of course, was that everyone relied on the products tanners created. From the shoes on their feet to the saddles on their horses, leather was an integral part of medieval life. Yet, the very people who made this essential material were shunned and marginalized. So next time you slip on a leather jacket or shoes, spare a thought for the medieval tanners. Their smelly, socially isolating work paved the way for the leather industry we know today. It just goes to show that sometimes the most essential jobs in society are also the most thankless. As we delve deeper into the medieval occupations, let's turn our attention to the tanners and their place within the guild system. Tanning, the process of treating animal hides to produce leather, was a crucial industry in medieval times, but it was far from glamorous. Tanners belonged to a guild, much like other craftsmen of the era. The guild system was a hierarchical structure that regulated various trades, ensuring quality standards and protecting its members' interests. For tanners, this meant adhering to strict rules and regulations set by their guild. The tanning guild controlled who could practice the trade, set prices for leather goods, and established apprenticeship programs. Aspiring tanners would typically start as apprentices, learning the craft under a master tanner for several years. This period of apprenticeship could last anywhere from 5 to 7 years, during which the apprentice would live with their master, receiving food, lodging, and minimal pay in exchange for their labor and dedication to learning the trade. Once an apprentice had completed their training, they could become a journeyman. Journeymen were skilled workers who could earn wages, but were not yet allowed to set up their own shops. To achieve the status of master tanner and open their own business, a journeyman had to create a masterpiece, a high-quality piece of work that demonstrated their expertise in the craft. The guild system provided some benefits to tanners. It offered a sense of community and mutual support among craftsmen. Guilds also acted as primitive insurance systems, providing financial assistance to members who fell ill or to the families of deceased members. However, the system was not without its drawbacks. Guilds often stifled innovation and competition, as they strictly regulated production methods and prices. This could lead to a lack of technological advancement in the tanning industry and higher prices for consumers. Additionally, the hierarchical structure of guilds made it difficult for talented individuals to advance quickly, regardless of their skill level. Despite the gruesome nature of their work, tanners played a crucial role in medieval society. Their leather products were essential for everything from shoes to armor, saddles to book bindings. However, the process was so noxious that tanneries were often relegated to the outskirts of towns, far from residential areas. The life of a medieval tanner was undoubtedly challenging. They faced health risks from constant exposure to toxic chemicals and animal carcasses. The stench that clung to them made them social pariahs, often shunned by their fellow townspeople. Yet, their craft persisted through the ages, evolving with new techniques and technologies. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the comforts of our modern world, free from the pungent odors and harsh conditions of medieval tanneries. The next time you slip on a leather shoe or admire a leather-bound book, remember the long, smelly history behind its creation. As we leave behind the fields of medieval farmers, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare to be lulled into a peaceful slumber as we explore the riveting world of ancient Mesopotamian bureaucracy. As we journey through the annals of history, let's take a moment to explore a fascinating aspect of the Inca civilization. Picture this: a vast network of roads stretching over 39,000 kilometers, connecting the far-reaching corners of an empire. But these weren't just any roads. They were the lifelines of communication for one of the most impressive pre-Columbian civilizations in South America. Enter the Inca road runners, known as chasquis. These weren't your average messengers. No, these were elite athletes trained from childhood for a singular purpose: to carry information across the empire at breakneck speeds. Imagine sprinting through treacherous mountain passes, crossing rope bridges over deep ravines, all while carrying vital messages for the Inca ruler. The Chasquis' role was crucial in maintaining the vast Inca empire, and their story is one of endurance, dedication, and incredible human achievement. The Inca civilization, known for its impressive engineering feats, also boasted an extraordinary communication system: the Chasquis, or Inca road runners. These swift messengers were the lifeblood of the empire, carrying vital information across vast distances with remarkable speed and efficiency. Training to become a Chasqui was no easy task. Young men, typically between the ages of 18 and 25, were selected based on their physical prowess and stamina. The grueling training process began in childhood, with potential candidates undergoing years of preparation before they could even be considered for the role. Aspiring Chasquis were subjected to intense physical conditioning. They would run for hours each day, gradually increasing their speed and endurance. The mountainous terrain of the Andes provided a natural obstacle course, forcing trainees to adapt to high altitudes and challenging landscapes. But physical fitness was only part of the equation. Chasquis also needed to possess exceptional memory skills. They were required to memorize complex messages, often in multiple languages, as the Inca Empire encompassed diverse linguistic groups. Mnemonic techniques and rigorous mental exercises were incorporated into their training regimen. The runners' diet was carefully controlled to optimize their performance. They consumed a high-protein, low-fat diet, consisting mainly of dried meat, corn, and quinoa. Coca leaves were also an essential part of their routine, chewed to combat fatigue and increase endurance at high altitudes. As part of their training, Chasquis learned to navigate the extensive Inca road system, which stretched over 39,000 kilometers across the empire. They memorized intricate routes, relay points, and rest stations, ensuring they could travel efficiently in any weather condition, day or night. Only the most exceptional candidates who successfully completed this rigorous training were granted the honor of becoming official Chasquis. Their ability to cover vast distances at high speeds, sometimes running up to 240 kilometers in a single day, was crucial to the efficient governance of the expansive Inca Empire. Now, let's journey to the ancient Inca Empire and explore the fascinating yet exhausting life of their road runners, known as Chasquis. These dedicated messengers were the lifeblood of the Inca communication system, traversing vast distances across treacherous mountain terrain. The daily duties of a Chasqui were far from easy. They would begin their shifts at dawn, positioned at small relay stations called tambos, along the extensive Inca road network. These stations were typically spaced about 6 miles apart, a distance a chasqui could cover at a rapid pace. As the sun rose, a chasqui would receive his first message of the day. This could be anything from government decrees to military orders, or even fresh fish from the coast destined for the Inca emperor's table. The runner would secure the message in a pouch and set off at a brisk pace along the winding mountain paths. The chasqui's uniform was designed for speed and efficiency. They wore light clothing, usually a tunic and shorts, to reduce weight and allow for quick movement. On their heads, they wore a distinct headdress that signaled their official status as imperial messengers. As they ran, chasquis carried a quipu, a complex system of knotted cords used for record keeping, and a conch shell trumpet called a pututu. The pututu was used to announce their approach to the next tambo, allowing the next runner to prepare for a swift handover of messages. Upon reaching the next station, the chasqui would quickly pass on any verbal messages and hand over the quipu and other items to the waiting runner. Without missing a beat, the new chasqui would set off, continuing the relay. This efficient system allowed messages to travel up to 150 miles in a single day across the vast Inca Empire. The life of a chasqui was one of constant motion and responsibility. They were expected to maintain their fitness and speed, as the empire's communication relied heavily on their performance. It wasn't uncommon for these dedicated runners to cover 100 miles in a single day, a feat that would exhaust even the most seasoned modern athletes. The Inca road runners, known as chasquis, were the unsung heroes of the vast Inca Empire. These dedicated messengers played a crucial role in maintaining communication across the empire's extensive network of roads. However, their job came with a significant physical toll that we can scarcely imagine today. Chasquis were typically young men in their prime, chosen for their exceptional physical fitness and endurance. They had to be, considering the grueling nature of their work. These runners would sprint along the mountainous terrain of the Andes, covering distances of up to 150 miles per day. Just imagine sprinting a marathon, and then some, every single day. The physical demands on their bodies were immense. The high altitude of the Andes, with its thin air, made breathing laborious and put extra strain on their cardiovascular system. The steep inclines and declines of the mountain paths meant their leg muscles were constantly under intense stress. Knee injuries and chronic joint pain were likely common ailments among these runners. Moreover, the chasquis had to brave extreme weather conditions. From scorching sun at lower altitudes to freezing temperatures and biting winds at higher elevations, their bodies were subjected to rapid and frequent climate changes. This constant exposure could lead to various health issues, including hypothermia, frostbite and severe sunburn. The need for speed also meant that chasquis often had to forego proper rest and nutrition. They would run in relay fashion, handing off messages to the next runner at designated points along the road. This system ensured that messages traveled quickly, but it also meant that individual runners had little time for recovery between sprints. Over time, the cumulative effect of this constant physical exertion would have taken a severe toll on the chasquis' bodies. While they were revered for their important role in the empire, it's likely that many suffered from chronic pain, respiratory issues, and premature aging due to the extreme nature of their work. As we continue our journey through the less than thrilling aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the Inca road runners. These weren't your average joggers out for a morning run. No, these individuals held a unique and demanding position within Inca society. The Inca Empire, spanning a vast territory in South America, needed a way to efficiently communicate across its domain. Enter the chasquis, or road runners. These men were specially selected for their physical prowess and endurance. But before you start thinking this was some sort of ancient Olympic team, let me assure you it was far less glamorous. Chasquis were typically young men between the ages of 18 and 25. They were chosen for their speed, strength, and ability to withstand the harsh conditions of the Andean terrain. However, this wasn't a cushy job with adoring fans. These runners lived in small huts called chasquiwasis, positioned at regular intervals along the Inca road system. Their primary task: to relay messages and small packages across the empire. Sounds simple enough, right? Well, not quite. These runners had to navigate treacherous mountain paths, cross rope bridges spanning deep gorges, and brave extreme weather conditions, all while maintaining a brisk pace, mind you. The social status of chasquis was a bit of a mixed bag. On one hand, they were respected for their important role in the empire's communication system. They had the privilege of carrying the quipu, a complex system of knotted cords used to record information. This gave them access to important imperial messages and data. On the other hand, being a chasqui wasn't exactly a ticket to the high life. They were essentially servants of the state, expected to be on call at all times. Their lives were dictated by the needs of the empire, with little room for personal pursuits or family life. Talk about a demanding job description. As we conclude our journey through the Inca road system, let's reflect on the remarkable achievements of these ancient runners. Their dedication and physical prowess allowed the Inca Empire to maintain communication across vast distances, rivaling even modern postal systems in efficiency. These chasquis, with their incredible stamina and memory, were not just messengers, but living embodiments of Inca ingenuity. They carried not only news and imperial decrees, but also fresh fish from the coast to the emperor's table in Cusco, traversing hundreds of miles in just a few days. While the Spanish conquest brought an end to this impressive network, the legacy of the Inca road runners lives on. Their story serves as a testament to human endurance and the innovative solutions ancient civilizations devised to overcome geographical challenges. As we drift off to sleep, let's marvel at the thought of these tireless runners, sprinting across mountain passes and through dense jungles, connecting an empire with nothing but their own 2 feet and an unwavering sense of duty. As we leave behind the challenges of medieval farming, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare yourself for a riveting exploration of the thrilling world of ancient accounting practices. Yes, you heard that correctly. Get ready to be lulled to sleep by the fascinating art of tallying grain and livestock. Now, let's drift into the world of piracy, where life aboard a ship was far from the romanticized tales we often hear. Pirate crews were a diverse bunch, each member playing a crucial role in the success of their illicit ventures. From the fearsome captain to the lowly swabby, every position came with its own set of challenges and dangers. Imagine the constant fear of capture, the harsh living conditions, and the ever-present threat of scurvy. As we explore the various roles within a pirate crew, you'll soon discover that the glamorous life of a buccaneer was, in reality, a grueling existence filled with hardship and uncertainty. So, let's set sail and meet the colorful characters who made up these notorious bands of seafaring outlaws. As we drift further into the realm of maritime history, let's explore the fascinating hierarchy aboard pirate ships. Unlike the rigid structure of naval vessels, pirate crews operated under a more democratic system, but still maintained a clear chain of command. At the top of the pirate pecking order was the captain. Elected by the crew, the captain's authority was far from absolute. Their main responsibilities included making strategic decisions, leading the crew in battle, and maintaining discipline. However, the captain's power was always subject to the crew's approval. Next in line was the quartermaster, a position unique to pirate ships. This individual acted as a counterbalance to the captain's authority, representing the interests of the crew. The quartermaster was responsible for settling disputes, distributing supplies and plunder, and even punishing crew members who broke the ship's code. Below these 2 key figures were various specialized roles. The sailing master, for instance, was in charge of navigation and steering the ship. This position required extensive knowledge of geography, astronomy, and cartography, skills that were crucial for successful voyages and raids. The bosun or bosun oversaw the day-to-day operations of the ship. They managed the maintenance of the vessel, supervised repairs, and ensured that all equipment was in working order. The boatswain's role was vital in keeping the ship seaworthy during long periods at sea. Other important positions included the carpenter, who repaired damage to the ship's hull and structures, and the surgeon, who tended to the crew's medical needs. These roles were often filled by pressed men, skilled individuals forced into piracy from captured merchant vessels. At the bottom of the hierarchy were the ordinary crew members, also known as swabs or deckhands. These individuals performed the bulk of the manual labor on board, from cleaning the deck to handling the sails. Despite their low status, even these crew members had a say in major decisions and received a share of the plunder. This democratic structure, while not perfect, contributed to the effectiveness of pirate crews and their ability to operate outside the law for extended periods. As we continue our drowsy journey through history, let's take a moment to consider the less than glamorous life of pirate crew members, particularly when it came to their diet and the diseases they faced. Contrary to popular belief, the pirate's life wasn't all about buried treasure and swashbuckling adventures. In reality, their daily existence was often marked by poor nutrition and rampant illness. The diet of a typical pirate crew member was far from balanced or appetizing. Their main staple was often hardtack, a type of biscuit so tough and unpalatable that it had to be soaked in water or rum just to be edible. These biscuits were often infested with weevils, adding an unwanted protein boost to their meals. Salted meat, usually pork or beef, was another common food item, but it was often so heavily preserved that it became tough and unpleasant to eat. Fresh fruits and vegetables were a rarity on long voyages, leading to widespread vitamin deficiencies. Scurvy, caused by a lack of vitamin C, was a constant threat. Symptoms included bleeding gums, loose teeth, and reopening of old wounds. It's estimated that more pirates died from scurvy than from actual combat. Water was another precious commodity on pirate ships. It would often become stagnant and contaminated during long voyages, leading many pirates to prefer drinking rum or other alcoholic beverages. While this might have made the harsh conditions more bearable, it also led to widespread alcoholism and its associated health problems. The cramped and unsanitary conditions on pirate ships were a breeding ground for various diseases. Dysentery, typhoid fever, and yellow fever were common afflictions. The lack of proper medical knowledge and treatment often meant that even minor injuries or illnesses could become fatal. Parasites were another constant companion of the pirate crew. Lice, fleas, and various intestinal worms thrived in the unhygienic environment of pirate ships. These pests not only caused discomfort, but also spread diseases among the crew. So the next time you romanticize the pirate life, remember that for many, it was a constant struggle against malnutrition, disease, and parasites. The treasure chests and Jolly Roger flags often masked a reality of rotting teeth, weakened bodies, and constant discomfort. Now, let's delve into the harsh realities of combat for pirate crew members. While popular culture often romanticizes pirate battles, the truth was far more brutal and terrifying. Firstly, most pirate ships were actually quite small, often with crews of fewer than 50 men. This meant that every crew member was expected to fight when the time came. There was no specialized combat unit. Everyone had to be ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. The weapons used by pirates were crude and unreliable by modern standards. Flintlock pistols and muskets were common, but they were slow to reload and often misfired. In close combat, pirates relied on cutlasses, short swords that were effective in the cramped quarters of a ship, but required significant strength and skill to use effectively. One of the most dreaded aspects of pirate combat was the use of grappling hooks and boarding planks. Pirates would attempt to get close enough to an enemy vessel to throw grappling hooks and pull the ships together. This was an incredibly dangerous maneuver, as it left the pirates exposed to enemy fire and the risk of falling into the sea. Once aboard an enemy ship, the fighting was chaotic and brutal. The cramped decks offered little room for maneuvering, and the battle often devolved into a bloody melee. Injuries were common and gruesome, with the risk of infection from even minor wounds being potentially fatal in an era before modern medicine. Perhaps the most terrifying aspect of pirate combat was the use of fire as a weapon. Some pirates would launch flaming projectiles at enemy ships, hopping to set them ablaze. This tactic was incredibly risky, as it could easily backfire and set the pirate's own ship on fire. Survivors of these battles often faced a grim fate. Captured pirates could expect to be executed, while those who survived on the losing side of a battle might be press-ganged into service on the victorious ship, forced to fight for their former enemies or face death. As we drift further into the sea of historical tedium, let's navigate the treacherous waters of pirate crew members and their legal consequences. Imagine, if you will, the not-so-glamorous life of these seafaring miscreants. In the eyes of the law, pirate crew members were considered hostes humani generis, or enemies of all mankind. This charming legal designation meant that pirates could be prosecuted by any nation, regardless of where their crimes were committed. How's that for international cooperation? If captured, these unfortunate souls faced a plethora of delightful punishments. Hanging was a popular choice, often carried out at low tide, so that the rising waters would submerge the body. Talk about adding insult to injury. Some unlucky pirates were left to hang in chains as a warning to others, their bodies slowly decomposing in the salty air. Quite the aromatic deterrent, wouldn't you agree? But wait, there's more. Some nations got creative with their punishments. The Dutch, for instance, favored keel hauling. This involved tying the pirate to a rope and dragging them under the ship's keel. If the barnacles didn't shred them to pieces, they might just drown. How thoughtful. Of course, not all pirates met such gruesome ends. Some were offered pardons in exchange for information or service to the crown. These king's pirates or privateers operated with legal sanction, essentially becoming state-sponsored thieves. It's like they say, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em, and then beat everyone else. Interestingly, despite the harsh punishments, piracy continued to flourish. Perhaps the allure of treasure and freedom outweighed the risk of a grisly demise. Or maybe they just really enjoyed wearing eye patches and having parrots as pets. Who can say? As we've seen, life aboard a pirate ship was far from the romanticized adventure often portrayed in popular culture. Each crew member, from the lowly swabby to the quartermaster, faced constant dangers, grueling work, and harsh living conditions. Despite the allure of potential riches, most pirates lived short, difficult lives. The threat of capture, execution, or death at sea loomed over them constantly. Diseases, malnutrition, and injuries were commonplace, with little access to proper medical care. Yet, for many, the freedom and camaraderie of pirate life offered an escape from the oppressive social structures and limited opportunities of their time. The democratic nature of pirate crews, where every member had a vote and share in the spoils, was a stark contrast to the rigid hierarchies of naval and merchant ships. In the end, the era of classic piracy was relatively short-lived, but its impact on maritime history and popular imagination has endured for centuries. As we drift off to sleep, let's remember that behind the myths and legends were real people, each with their own stories of hardship, adventure, and the relentless pursuit of a better life on the high seas. As we leave behind the struggles of medieval farmers, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare yourself for a journey into the thrilling world of ancient bureaucracy, where papyrus pushers and seal stampers reigned supreme in the dusty halls of early civilizations. As we drift through the annals of medieval history, let's turn our attention to a group of unsung heroes who played a crucial role in the lives of countless women and children, the medieval midwives. These skilled practitioners of an ancient art were far more than mere birth attendants. They were counselors, healers, and sometimes even the difference between life and death in a world where childbirth was fraught with danger. Midwives in the Middle Ages were typically older women who had gained their knowledge through experience and apprenticeship. They were respected members of their communities, called upon not just for childbirth, but for a variety of women's health issues. However, their position was not without controversy, as we'll soon discover in our drowsy exploration of medieval midwifery. The role of midwives in medieval times was crucial, yet their training was far from the rigorous medical education we see today. Let's delve into the fascinating and sometimes unsettling world of medieval midwife training. In the Middle Ages, midwifery was primarily a skill passed down through generations. Young women often learned the trade from their mothers or other experienced midwives in their community. This apprenticeship-style training meant that knowledge was largely based on practical experience and oral tradition rather than formal education. Aspiring midwives would typically begin their training in their teens or early 20s. They would accompany seasoned midwives to births, initially observing and gradually taking on more responsibilities as they gained experience. This hands-on approach allowed them to learn the intricacies of childbirth, including how to handle various complications. However, the lack of standardized training meant that the quality of care could vary significantly from one midwife to another. Some were highly skilled and knowledgeable, while others might have had limited understanding of anatomy and potential complications. Interestingly, midwives were often expected to have knowledge beyond just childbirth. They were frequently called upon to provide general health care advice, particularly for women and children. This meant their training often included learning about herbal remedies, basic wound care, and even rudimentary forms of contraception. In some areas, particularly in larger towns and cities, guilds of midwives began to form. These organizations attempted to standardize practices and provide some level of oversight. However, such guilds were not widespread, and many rural areas continued to rely on informal training methods. It's worth noting that the church also played a role in midwife training, particularly in later medieval periods. Midwives were often required to swear oaths before bishops, promising to use their skills ethically and in accordance with Christian teachings. This included vows not to use magic or superstition in their practice, although the line between accepted remedies and forbidden practices was often blurry. As we delve deeper into the mundane aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the often overlooked role of midwives and childbirth practices. In an era devoid of modern medical knowledge, giving birth was a perilous endeavor for both mother and child. Medieval midwives, typically older women with practical experience rather than formal training, were the primary caregivers during childbirth. Their methods, while well-intentioned, were often based on superstition and folklore rather than scientific understanding. One common practice was the use of birthing chairs, which were were believed to aid in the delivery process. These chairs, often passed down through generations, were thought to harness the power of gravity to ease labor. However, the effectiveness of such devices remains questionable by modern standards. Midwives also relied heavily on herbal remedies to manage pain and complications during childbirth. Concoctions made from plants like ergot, pennyroyal, and mugwort were administered, sometimes with unpredictable and dangerous side effects. The birthing chamber itself was a place of strict gender segregation. Men, including the father, were typically barred from entering. This exclusion was rooted in both cultural norms and the belief that male presence could hinder the birthing process. In cases of difficult births, midwives would resort to more desperate measures. This could include invoking saints, using charms, or even attempting crude surgical interventions. The lack of proper sanitation and anatomical knowledge made such procedures extremely risky. Postpartum care was equally rudimentary. New mothers were often confined to their beds for extended periods, sometimes up to a month, in a practice known as lying in. This was believed to aid recovery, but often led to complications due to lack of movement. The infant mortality rate in medieval times was staggeringly high, with some estimates suggesting that up to 30% of children did not survive their first year. This grim statistic reflects the limitations of medical knowledge and healthcare practices of the era. Medieval midwives were not just skilled in delivering babies. They were also repositories of herbal knowledge passed down through generations. These women played a crucial role in healthcare during a time when formal medical education was scarce and often inaccessible to the common folk. In the dimly lit cottages of medieval villages, midwives would carefully cultivate and harvest herbs known for their medicinal properties. Chamomile, for instance, was prized for its calming effects and ability to ease digestive discomfort. Yarrow, with its delicate white flowers, was used to staunch bleeding and promote healing of wounds. One particularly important herb in the midwife's arsenal was ergot, derived from a fungus that grows on rye. While potentially dangerous, if misused, skilled midwives knew how to apply it in small doses to induce labor or control postpartum bleeding. This knowledge, when properly applied, could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Midwives also relied on plants like pennyroyal and mugwort, believed to regulate menstrual cycles and ease menstrual cramps. However, these herbs were used cautiously, as they could also be used to terminate pregnancies, a practice that, while sometimes necessary, was fraught with legal and moral implications in medieval society. The wisdom of these women extended beyond childbirth. They were often consulted for a variety of ailments, from fevers to toothaches. Willow bark containing salicin, a precursor to aspirin, was chewed to relieve pain and reduce fever. Garlic, with its potent antimicrobial properties, was used to ward off infections and boost overall health. However, the extensive herbal knowledge of midwives sometimes put them at odds with the established medical community and the church. As universities began to formalize medical education, primarily for men, the traditional wisdom of midwives was often dismissed or viewed with suspicion. This tension would eventually contribute to the tragic witch hunts that swept through Europe in later centuries. Despite these challenges, the herbal lore of medieval midwives formed the foundation for many modern pharmacological treatments. Their careful observations and empirical approach to healing laid the groundwork for future advancements in medicine and botany. Moving on to another fascinating yet dreary aspect of medieval life, let's explore the world of midwives and the unfortunate accusations they often faced. In an era where superstition and fear ran rampant, these essential caregivers found themselves walking a dangerous tightrope between respect and suspicion. Medieval midwives played a crucial role in society, assisting with childbirth and providing care for women and infants. Their knowledge of herbal remedies and traditional practices was often passed down through generations. However, this very expertise that made them invaluable also made them targets for witch accusations. The church's growing influence and the general populace's lack of understanding about medical practices contributed to an atmosphere of mistrust. Midwives who successfully delivered healthy babies were praised, but those who encountered complications or stillbirths could quickly find themselves under scrutiny. One particularly absurd belief was that midwives could use magic to transfer the pain of childbirth from one woman to another. Imagine being accused of witchcraft simply for trying to ease someone's suffering. It's enough to make you want to time travel back and give everyone a basic science lesson. In some cases, midwives were required to take oaths swearing they wouldn't use magic or engage in any practices deemed unchristian. These oaths were meant to protect them from accusations, but in reality, they often served as fodder for suspicion. After all, why would they need to swear not to use magic if there wasn't a risk of them doing so? The witch hunts that swept through Europe in the late medieval and early modern periods disproportionately affected women, and midwives were particularly vulnerable. Their knowledge of herbs and remedies, combined with their intimate involvement in the mysterious process of childbirth, made them easy targets for accusations of dark magic and consorting with the devil. It's a sobering reminder of how fear and ignorance can turn even the most respected members of a community into outcasts. So the next time you're feeling frustrated with modern healthcare, just remember, at least your doctor isn't at risk of being accused of witchcraft for prescribing antibiotics. Despite the challenges and risks, medieval midwives played a crucial role in their communities. Their knowledge, passed down through generations, helped countless women through the perils of childbirth in an era of limited medical understanding. However, the profession was not without its dangers. As we mentioned earlier, midwives could face accusations of witchcraft if things went wrong during delivery. The line between medicine and superstition was often blurred in medieval times. It's worth noting that while midwifery was predominantly a female profession, there were instances of male midwives, particularly in cases of difficult births where surgical intervention might be necessary. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the bravery and skill of these women, who, armed with little more than herbal remedies and practical experience, guided new life into the world under the most challenging circumstances. As we leave behind the dreary life of medieval farmers, let's trudge onwards to another equally uninspiring topic. Our next historical snooze fest will explore the riveting world of ancient Mesopotamian irrigation techniques. Prepare for a flood of monotonous details. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the arena of ancient Rome. Gladiators, those iconic figures of Roman entertainment, have captured our imagination for centuries. But what was life really like for these warriors of the Colosseum? Contrary to popular belief, not all gladiators were slaves or criminals forced to fight. Some were volunteers seeking fame and fortune. However, their daily existence was far from glamorous. Training was brutal, diets were strictly regulated, and the constant threat of death loomed over every match. These fighters lived in ludus, or gladiator schools, where they were subjected to rigorous discipline and intense physical conditioning. Their lives were a paradoxical mix of celebrity status and expendability, adored by the crowds, yet considered little more than property by Roman society. The life of a gladiator wasn't all about glory in the arena. Much of their time was spent in grueling training regimens that would make modern athletes wince. Gladiatorial schools, known as ludi, were more like prisons than gyms. These schools were typically located near amphitheaters and were run by a lanista, a sort of ancient fight promoter. The daily routine of a gladiator was monotonous and exhausting. They would wake at dawn and immediately begin their training. The first order of business was often strength training. Gladiators would lift heavy weights, swing lead-weighted weapons, and engage in other exercises to build their muscles. This was followed by endurance training, which might involve running laps around the ludus courtyard while wearing full armor. After a brief rest and a simple meal, usually consisting of barley beans and dried fruit, the gladiators would move on to weapons training. They practiced with wooden swords called rudis, which were heavier than real swords to build strength and improve technique. Gladiators didn't just train in one fighting style. They were expected to master multiple weapons and techniques. This might include learning to fight with a trident and net as a retiarius, or mastering the use of a short sword and large shield as a murmillo. The training was overseen by a doctor, an experienced former gladiator who acted as an instructor. The doctor would drill the gladiators relentlessly, correcting their form and pushing them to their limits. In the afternoon, gladiators would often engage in practice bouts against each other. These matches were carefully controlled to avoid serious injury, as injured gladiators were not profitable. However, accidents did happen, and the life of a trainee gladiator was fraught with danger. As evening approached, the gladiators would receive their second meal of the day, usually a hearty stew designed to help them build muscle mass. Then it was off to sleep, to rest and recover for another day of intense training. Now, let's delve into the surprisingly mundane aspects of ancient Roman gladiators' diet and health. Contrary to popular belief, these warriors weren't always the pinnacle of physical perfection we might imagine. First off, their diet. You'd think gladiators would feast on lean meats and protein-rich foods, right? Wrong. They were often called hordeae, or barley men, because their diet consisted mainly of, you guessed it, barley. Lots and lots of barley. This high-carb vegetarian diet was actually intentional. The gladiator managers, or Lanistae, believed that a layer of subcutaneous fat would protect the gladiators from superficial wounds and make fights more dramatic. So, instead of chiseled abs, many gladiators sported a bit of a belly. But it wasn't all bad news for their health. Archaeological evidence suggests that gladiators had access to better medical care than the average Roman citizen. After all, they were valuable assets to their owners. However, this didn't mean they were free from health issues. Many gladiators suffered from arthritis due to repetitive strain injuries. Imagine swinging a heavy sword day in and day out. It's bound to take a toll on your joints. Dental health was another concern. Despite their specialized diet, gladiators often had poor teeth. This was partly due to the abrasive nature of the stone-ground flour used in their bread, which wore down their tooth enamel over time. Perhaps most surprisingly, gladiators were prone to, wait for it, osteoporosis. Yes, you heard that right. These mighty warriors often had fragile bones. This was likely due to their lack of animal protein and dairy in their diet, combined with intense physical activity. So next time you picture a gladiator, instead of imagining a perfectly sculpted Adonis, think of a slightly pudgy, arthritis-ridden fighter with bad teeth and brittle bones. Not quite the glamorous image Hollywood has sold us, is it? Now, let's delve into the reality of ancient Roman gladiatorial combat. Despite popular depictions in movies and television, the life of a gladiator was far from glamorous. These fighters were often slaves or prisoners of war, forced to risk their lives for the entertainment of others. Contrary to common belief, gladiatorial matches weren't always fights to the death. In fact, most bouts ended without fatalities. The combatants were valuable assets, trained at great expense, so their owners had a vested interest in keeping them alive. Deaths did occur, of course, but they weren't as frequent as Hollywood would have you believe. Training for gladiators was rigorous and monotonous. They followed strict diets and exercise regimens, much like modern athletes. However, their living conditions were far from luxurious. Most were housed in cramped, communal barracks with limited personal freedom. The types of gladiators varied widely, each with their own specialized weapons and armor. There were the heavily armored secutors, the nimble retiarii with their nets and tridents, and the threses with their curved swords, among others. These different classes were often pitted against each other to create interesting matchups for the audience. Gladiatorial combat wasn't just mindless violence. It was a highly ritualized affair with strict rules and referees. Matches began with a formal introduction of the fighters, followed by a comparison of weapons to ensure fairness. The combat itself was often more about skill and showmanship than brutality. Interestingly, some gladiators did achieve fame and even a degree of freedom. Successful fighters could win prize money, gain popularity among spectators, and even earn their freedom after years of service. However, this was the exception rather than the rule. The practice of gladiatorial combat lasted for nearly 1,000 years in ancient Rome, reflecting its deep cultural significance. It wasn't until the rise of Christianity and changing social attitudes that these bloody spectacles finally came to an end in the 5th century AD. While we often think of gladiators as the rock stars of ancient Rome, their social status was actually quite complex and often contradictory. On one hand, they were celebrated and admired for their strength and skill in the arena. On the other, they were still considered slaves or criminals, existing on the lowest rungs of Roman society. Most gladiators were either prisoners of war, condemned criminals, or slaves who were sold or trained to fight in the arena. This meant that despite their fame, they had very few legal rights and were generally viewed as property rather than people. However, their popularity among the masses sometimes allowed them to enjoy certain privileges not typically afforded to slaves. Successful gladiators could gain wealth and fame, receiving gifts from from adoring fans, and even earning their freedom if they survived long enough. Some freed gladiators went on to become trainers or managers of gladiatorial schools, leveraging their experience and connections in the arena. Interestingly, there were also cases of freeborn Romans voluntarily becoming gladiators. These individuals, often from the lower classes, saw gladiatorial combat as a path to fame and fortune. However, by choosing this path, they effectively gave up their rights as citizens and were considered infamous in the eyes of Roman law. The contradictory nature of a gladiator's social status is perhaps best exemplified by the attitude of Roman elites towards them. While the upper classes enjoyed watching gladiatorial games, and some even trained in gladiatorial techniques, they generally looked down on professional gladiators as vulgar and beneath them. This complex social dynamic meant that gladiators occupied a unique position in Roman society, simultaneously revered and reviled, celebrated and scorned. Their status as both entertainment icons and social outcasts reflects the intricate and often paradoxical nature of ancient Roman culture and values. As we conclude our journey through the world of ancient Roman gladiators, it's clear that their lives were far from the glamorous spectacles often portrayed in modern media. These warriors faced a brutal existence, marked by intense training, constant danger, and the looming threat of a violent death in the arena. While some gladiators did achieve fame and fortune, the vast majority lived short, difficult lives. They were essentially slaves, bound to their ludus and subject to the whims of their lanista. The romanticized image of gladiators as celebrated heroes overlooks the harsh realities of their daily struggles and the oppressive system that controlled them. In the end, the story of Roman gladiators serves as a stark reminder of the cruelty and excess of ancient Roman society. It's a chapter in history that showcases both the heights of human spectacle and the depths of human exploitation. As we drift off to sleep, let's be grateful that such brutal forms of entertainment are now relegated to the annals of history. As we leave behind the toils of medieval farmers, let's shift our focus to another equally mundane aspect of history. Prepare yourself for a riveting exploration of the thrilling world of ancient grain storage techniques. Yes, you heard that correctly. Brace yourself for the excitement. As we drift further into the annals of medieval history, let's turn our attention to a rather peculiar profession that existed in the courts of Europe, the court jester. These colorful characters, also known as fools, were more than just entertainers. They played a unique role in the royal household. Jesters were often the only individuals permitted to speak freely to monarchs, using humor and wit to deliver truths that others dared not utter. Their distinctive attire, typically featuring a motley coat, cap with bells, and a scepter or bauble, made them instantly recognizable figures in the medieval court. But what was life really like for these professional fools? Let's delve into the world of medieval court jesters and uncover the surprising aspects of their existence. Now, let's turn our attention to the peculiar world of medieval court jesters. These colorful characters were more than just entertainers. They were an integral part of royal court life. Their daily duties were as diverse as they were demanding. First and foremost, a court jester's primary responsibility was to amuse the monarch and their court. This meant being ready with witty remarks, jokes, and humorous observations at a moment's notice. Jesters had to possess a quick wit and an ability to read the room, knowing when to push boundaries and when to hold back. Mornings often began with the jester attending to the monarch during their waking routine. They might offer light-hearted commentary on the day's schedule or poke fun at courtiers in a way that only they could get away with. This morning ritual helped set a positive tone for the day and provided the monarch with a moment of levity before facing the pressures of ruling. Throughout the day, jesters were expected to be present at various court functions. During meals, they would entertain diners with jokes, songs, or even acrobatic performances. In between formal events, jesters might wander the castle, engaging in impromptu performances or gathering gossip to use in their routines. But a jester's role went beyond mere entertainment. They often served as confidants and advisors to the monarch, using humor to deliver difficult truths or criticisms that others dared not voice. This unique position allowed jesters to influence policy and court decisions in subtle ways. Jesters also had to stay informed about current events and court politics. They would craft topical jokes and satires, sometimes walking a fine line between humor and treason. This required a keen understanding of power dynamics and an ability to gauge the mood of both the monarch and the court. In the evenings, jesters often performed during feasts or other celebrations. These performances could be elaborate affairs, involving costumes, props, and even trained animals. A successful evening performance could elevate a jester's status and secure their position at court. While we often think of medieval court jesters as silly entertainers, their role was far more complex and dangerous than you might imagine. These quick-witted performers walked a precarious line between humor and potential execution. Court jesters, also known as fools, were expected to provide entertainment and laughter for the royal court. However, their position came with a unique privilege: the ability to speak truth to power. They were often the only ones allowed to criticize the king or point out flaws in royal decisions, albeit through the guise of humor. This freedom of speech, however, was a double-edged sword. While a clever jest could bring roars of laughter and even influence royal policy, a poorly timed or overly critical joke could result in severe punishment or even death. Jesters had to be masters of reading the room and understanding the volatile moods of their royal patrons. One famous example is Archibald Armstrong, court jester to King James I of England. Armstrong's sharp wit and biting satire made him both popular and controversial. He often mocked powerful courtiers and even the king himself. However, his luck ran out when he insulted Archbishop Laud once too often, leading to his dismissal from court in 1637. Jesters were often physically distinctive, sometimes due to dwarfism or other conditions that set them apart. They wore colorful, mismatched clothing and carried a mock scepter called a bauble, which often featured a carved head with the jester's own likeness. Their performances weren't limited to just telling jokes. Jesters were expected to be multi-talented entertainers, skilled in music, juggling, acrobatics, and storytelling. They needed to be quick on their feet, both literally and figuratively, to keep the often fickle attention of the court. In times of war or political turmoil, a jester's role became even more perilous. They had to navigate complex political landscapes, ensuring their humor didn't accidentally align them with the wrong faction or offend a powerful ally. So, the next time you think of medieval court jesters, remember that behind their colorful costumes and silly antics lay individuals of great wit and courage, constantly balancing on the knife edge between fame and infamy, laughter and danger. Court jesters, those colorful entertainers of medieval courts, occupied a unique and paradoxical position in society. While they were often considered lowly fools, they also enjoyed surprising privileges and freedoms that few others could claim. Jesters were typically commoners, sometimes even former peasants or vagabonds, who found themselves in the unusual position of having direct access to royalty. Their primary role was to entertain the court with jokes, songs, acrobatics, and witty observations. However, their influence often extended far beyond mere amusement. One of the most remarkable aspects of a jester's position was their ability to speak truth to power. In a world where criticizing the monarch could result in severe punishment or death, jesters were often granted a unique license to mock and critique their royal masters. This freedom was rooted in the belief that the jester's words were not to be taken seriously, allowing them to voice uncomfortable truths under the guise of humor. For example, King Philip Augustus of France was once convinced by his jester to rescind an unfair tax. The jester accomplished this by pretending to be the king and mockingly explaining the unjust nature of the tax, much to the amusement of the court and the chagrin of the king. Despite their seemingly lowly status, jesters often enjoyed comfortable living conditions within the castle or palace. They were provided with food, clothing, and lodging, sometimes even receiving gifts or small pensions from their royal patrons. Some jesters became trusted advisors to their monarchs, using their wit and observational skills to offer valuable insights on matters of state. However, the life of a court jester was not without its dangers. Their privileged position was entirely dependent on the whims of their patron. A joke that went too far or a loss of royal favor could result in dismissal or worse. Will Somers, the jester of Henry VII, once narrowly avoided execution after making a jest about Anne Boleyn that the king found offensive. In essence, the medieval court jester walked a delicate tightrope between fool and sage, entertainer and advisor. Their unique social position allowed them to bridge the gap between commoners and royalty, often serving as a voice for the people in the halls of power. This complex role made the jester a fascinating and enduring figure in medieval society, one whose influence extended far beyond the laughter they provoked. As we continue our journey through the monotonous annals of medieval history, let's turn our attention to the court jesters, those peculiar entertainers who somehow managed to make a living by acting foolish in front of royalty. Court jesters, also known as fools, were a staple of medieval entertainment in European courts. Their primary role was to amuse the nobility with their antics, wit, and often biting commentary. Imagine having a job where your sole purpose was to make fun of the most powerful people in the land without getting beheaded. Sounds exhausting, doesn't it? These jesters weren't just simple clowns, though. They often possessed a variety of skills that made them valuable entertainers. Many were accomplished acrobats, able to perform feats of physical prowess that would leave the average peasant gasping for breath. Some were talented musicians, filling the dreary castle halls with melodies that were probably just as tedious as the conversations of the nobles. Jesters were also known for their quick wit and wordplay. They would engage in verbal sparring matches, telling jokes and puns that were likely far more clever than anything you'd hear at a modern comedy club. Of course, if their jokes fell flat, they risked more than just awkward silence. A displeased monarch could easily have them thrown in the dungeon. One of the most intriguing aspects of the court jester's role was their ability to speak truth to power. Under the guise of humor and foolishness, jesters could criticize policies, point out hypocrisy, and even mock the king himself. This made them not just entertainers, but also unofficial advisors, able to say what others dared not. However, before you start thinking that being a jester was all fun and games, remember that their lives were constantly hanging by a thread. One ill-timed joke or a monarch in a bad mood could spell disaster. It's hard to imagine the stress of having to be funny on command, knowing that your next quip could be your last. As we've seen, the life of a medieval court jester was far from the jolly, carefree existence often portrayed in modern media. These entertainers walked a precarious tightrope between humor and peril, their very lives dependent on their ability to amuse the fickle royalty. While jesters enjoyed certain privileges and a unique position in court, they also faced constant pressure to perform and the ever-present threat of falling out of favor. Their wit was both their greatest asset and their potential downfall. As we drift off to sleep, let's remember that history is full of complex figures like the court jester, individuals who navigated treacherous social waters with nothing but their wits and talents. Perhaps we can find a bit of solace in our own lives, knowing that even in the most challenging of circumstances, a bit of humor and cleverness can go a long way. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the less glamorous aspects of medieval life. May your dreams be filled with the gentle whispers of history, lulling you into a peaceful slumber. Good night, and sleep well.